Yeah, I greet everybody. Greetings to you. I remain Ibukun, and of course, this is Civic Space, and we are up again to basically highlight the recent development in Anambra State, Nigeria, Onitsha, and of course, to um, subject the one who called himself the solution to Anambra problem. We are here to discuss extensively if perhaps is indeed bringing solution or perhaps is bringing chaos on the Anambra people. All right. And there's been so much protest going on in Anambra, Onitsha to be precise, since the beginning of the week, when the governor basically stated that markets should be shut down as a result of the compliance, right, of the locals to the Monday sit at home. He has basically said because they decided to go against his previous declaration, right, because they have refused to go against his previous declaration of that they should refuse the sit at home, that they should come out. He has decided to basically take it upon himself to say, well, we are going to close down Onitsha market because the people disobeyed his his order of opening the shop compulsorily against the sit at home order. And perhaps many people are saying, well, are people not opening their shop as a result of fear, or they are doing it in absolute solidarity with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's order? Are they still standing in solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, or perhaps they are doing it just because um, you know they are afraid of the fact that there are no security assurances? Um, there's so much to discuss, and of course, many people will see it from different angle. But what angle are you seeing this whole thing from, Nigerians? What angle are you seeing it from? Are you seeing from the angle of disobedience to um, governor's order, or you are seeing it from the angle of solidarity? So let's get this conversation started, shall we? And of course, on this show, we come here every 6 p.m. West African time to basically highlight these issues and bring it to the fore for the Nigerian people to basically come and lend their voice and speak their minds, because this is the people's media platform, right? We are a media organization that is very much committed to giving a voice to the people. All right. We want the people to be able to speak up their minds freely, all right, without any fear or favor, right? There's no reason why we should be afraid to say our mind. We cannot be oppressed as a people and be afraid at the same time. I think that is what we have been able to, that is what we stand against at Civic Space. We want to give the people a voice to really, you know, be open, all right, to be able to um, say, express their minds, all right, in absolute, you know, total respect, because everybody have that right, and it's not even doing anybody a favor. Nobody is doing a favor by giving you a voice, but yet in Nigeria it has become a luxury to even speak up for yourself. It has become a luxury to have a voice. All right, it is indeed a luxury, amongst other things, all right, that are supposed to be fundamental but has become luxury in Nigeria. So this is what we want to bridge the gap, right? While the mainstream media would not give you know the chance for people to express themselves, we want to be there for the people to be able to speak up and express their own take or feeling on issues like this. There's so much mixed feeling that why would people close their shop for one day, what, for whatever reason, that is economic sabotage against the state. And that is exactly what the governor has been saying, that this economic sabotage, according to him, closing the entire market, or perhaps markets closing down across the state for a whole day, is economic sabotage. All right. While others who are of the opinion that if the people are being, if you decide to treat the people like animals, you decide not to hear their voice, you decide, to
Going forward,
enforce something
any
on them,
Monday,
and
any
they have
shop
been able
that
to,
is not open will be locked.
they have been able to express themselves, and you're not able to allow them to speak, they would find one way or the other to express how they feel about their own situation, right? So hence the need for the resistance going on in Anambra State right now. And of course, many will also talk about the fundamental expose that actually revealed itself as a result of this whole situation, that, well, this is also revealing something. Incompetence is also a theme here, because how can about four governors rule, or perhaps be governors in Anambra State at one point in time in the last 2 decades, and the level of the level of inferiority in terms of the market, all right, what they pride themselves as main market, it's something straight out of the early 60s, right? That this is not something that anybody should be proud of. So let's take a listen and take a look, while I sort out some other things behind the camera.
Going forward, any Monday, any shop that is not open will be locked for 1 week. And let me tell you this. As I'm speaking to you now, when I finish this whole main market and all the adjoining these things will be locked down for the whole of this week. There will be no market anywhere here. Are you hearing me? Each Monday will come and inspect. If people are not in their respective shops, it will be shut down again. If you like, I don't mind shutting down my market for the remainder of this year. If you don't like it, go elsewhere and trade. But if you are here, we're not going to allow this. It's plain economic sabotage. And also, we suspect whoever closes their shop to have some criminal intent. Those who shut down their shop, who lock up their shops on Mondays, are saboteurs, and we suspect them of having criminal intent. Now, this market is shut down. I've come here with the Commissioner of Police. I'm here with the Commissioner of Police and with the security agency. You see the soldiers. Instance for the first 1 week. If we come on Monday and it is locked and any shop is not, we lock it for 1 month. Going forward, any Monday, any.
So there you have it. The governor himself saying that, well, is giving order that the market will remain closed for a week, because they disobeyed his order of opening, the market, in disagreement with the sit-at-home order, or perhaps the sit-at-home tradition that has have been happening for some time now. and in solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And of course, you can see, the beauty of Onitsha main market, and you can see the level of which Onitsha has really improved. Everywhere screams modern, state of the art kind of market, and this is supposed to be the market that is said to be the largest in West Africa. All right, and of course, you now begin to ask if what is happening. How have they refused to basically invest in the aesthetics of this market, and of course the way the how can there be a situation whereby the life of the people is not really taken care of, such that it reflects in their environment, because environment really tells a lot. If you look at the environment, look at the market itself, the market is not in a good shape. That market is not in a, and if you think the market is in a good shape, you you do not have taste for quality. I'm sorry, and I'm not sorry at the same time. You have no taste for quality, and of course, owing by the years of the starting from governor, at least as far as I'm concerned, I'll start from Ingige, all right, to Mr. Peter Obi, to Mr. Obiano, and of course the current mafia in town, um, Soludo, right? And I am not really impressed. I am not impressed. Hmm. This is the this is the chanting of the people in Onitsha market for the past 2 3 days, and many people would say that, well, these are loyalists of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that they are sitting at home on Mondays to basically, yes, part of the mission is to basically stink the system, is to stink the system, let them feel the impact of not opening markets on Mondays, because they feel that their voices are not being heard, or perhaps they are not in the negotiating table, right? They feel they are not in the negotiating table, and for them to protest, their best way is to have a form of protest sit at home. And they have also made it just a day. And now it seems as though the system is giving these protesters a hint that that sit at home has been very effective. And many are saying that, well, the protesters now know what they need to do. They now know what they need to do in order to intensify, you know, whatever agitation that they have. And of course, you now begin to weigh it also, that is it a fear situation or a solidarity situation? Because many people are also saying that, well, people are doing this because they are afraid. They are not opening their marketplaces because they are very afraid of the repercussion. Because if you look at the repercussion in past, it seems as though those that are in charge of this sit at home, they have a way of enforcing it in a very brutal, ruthless way. All right, they have a way of enforcing in a very brutal way. So when people are saying that people are not opening the market because they are afraid of the repercussion of it, all right, the enforcement of it. And of course, you now begin to ask, okay, well, how about the state actors? All right, how about the state actors? um why can't they provide some level of security to as many as those that really want to, you know, open their market regardless, because they are saying that, well, some people are enforcing, some people are forcefully enforcing this sit at home on people. All right. Now begin to ask, okay, if they are forcefully enforcing it, what is now the job of the state actors, the army, the police, everything, or perhaps every security agency in the state? Their job is to actually protect. All right. But it seems as though it's absolute compliance that we are looking at here. And of course, the pockets of, you know, disobeying the sit at home that has been met with enforcement in court is as a result of the loophole that the establishment has created. But here you have the governor saying, you people are disobeying me. Because you disobeyed me, I am going to lock down the market. I'm going to lock down the market
Going
for a
forward,
week. And every time that
any
you
Monday,
disobey me,
any shop that is not
anytime you disobey me, anytime you disobey me, there will be a lockdown. All right. That is what the governor is saying. Anytime you disobey this order of opening by force. And this is also talking to as many as those that are doing it in solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's Biafran agitation. So there's this issue is multifaceted. All right. It is multifaceted because you now be looking at is okay, is the system saying that Biafran agitation or self-determination is a crime? And have they officially criminalized self-determination? And as far as, the normal international law, or perhaps the normal rule of life, that, well, if you don't want something again, if you don't want to be part of a marriage again, because many historians will also believe that Nigeria was married together, is a forced marriage of different interests, different ethnic and socio-cultural interests. And at any point in time when any of these groups or ethnic socio-cultural group says, well, we don't want to do no more. We are not in, we no longer interested in this marriage. We want to pull out. So why would it become a crime? And of course, you now begin to see that indeed, while the ordinary people are basically very much in support of the idea of moving out of the Nigerian forced marriage construct, the established politicians in the region do not want to move. They don't want to stand with the decision of the ordinary people, which also screams a lot. He says a lot about what is really going on in Southeast. Because ordinarily, as a politician, if your people want something, your job is to basically stand in solidarity with them. You have that obligation. And if you cannot stand in solidarity with them, you have a duty to prove to them beyond every reasonable doubt that their stand is anti common sense or doesn't make any common sense. But have you been able to prove that? Have the politicians in the Southeast been able to prove that is indeed a taboo to self-determine, or perhaps to have the actualization of Biafra? All right. These are the things that we want to talk about today. And of course, these are the things that we'll talk about on Civic Space. We'll facilitate and we promote intellectual discussions around this. And we use recent situations to stimulate conversation. And of course, when we speak, we come up with solution, right? And we have figured it out that, well, we we talk about solutions better, all right, when we stimulate, this sort of discussion is very, very important. So some people find it very worrisome that a governor who says is bringing solution, because the mantra is Soludo solution. The mantra that he ran, or perhaps his manifesto, is Soludo solution, and he has not been able to provide a solution to the sit-at-home Biafran solidarity protest. He's rather chosen to play the card of a tyrant, many people would say, because why would you say that? Well, because you decide to open your shop on Mondays, you dare me in absolute disregard to my order for you to open your private, because bear in mind, these are not government workers. All of the owners of the shops, all right, are not working for the government in any way, shape, or form. These are private businesses. And if they had decided, all right, to close their shop for one day of the week, or perhaps Monday is their choice, and they have decided to close their shop, why should that be a problem? Except driving home the fact that it is economically punchy for the state. But well, can anybody make any reasonable argument with me that the most reasonable thing to do, all right, in that regard, is now to, to basically enforce, or perhaps I think the most brilliant solution that would be my own recommendation, that would have been reasonable or logical, is okay. We are bringing, you can teach security. We have come to look at the situation of things. We can see people are not opening their shops for one reason or the other. I understand it. You want to stand in solidarity with your leader. And I believe many of you want to open your shops. Many of you want to open, but you are afraid for your life because some some non-state state actors who are very, very much radical want to enforce or perhaps endanger your life if you decide to open. All right. So we are allocating these so security agents with equipment for them to resist any form of attack against you. Look at them, and they'll be reporting to duty. Of course, I have met with the heads of markets, your leaders in this market, and I have given them, I want them to work together with the heads of the market. Here is the head of the market. Here is the head of the security unit that is supposed to be dedicated to secure you while you open your shop. As many as those that want to open their shop, we know that this is a fair situation. I'm just talking no on if I were to be Governor Soludo, all right, we understand that this is a fair situation. It's not a solidarity situation. If that is what they want us to believe, I am giving you security assurances. Security assurances that nothing will happen to you. Anyone who dares want to be radical and forcefully force you to open your shop, because let's face it, that should not even be the case too, because nobody should be forced to do what they don't want to do. So, to as many as those that want to open their shop, they should be allowed to open it, and the states have to give them assurance. But I've not seen Governor Soludo doing any of this. What he has successfully done is to come and say, "Well, how dare you not open your shop? I can demolish this place if I want to. As a result of this, how dare you? I said you should open your shop, open it by force, by fire." All right, that is what he's saying. Let's take a listen to him again.
And also, we suspect whoever closes their shop to have some going forward. Any Monday, any shop that is not open will be locked for 1 week. And let me tell you this. As I'm speaking to you now, when I finish this whole main market and all the adjoining these things will be locked down for the whole of this week. There will be no market anywhere here. Are you hearing me? Each Monday will come and inspect. If people are not in their respective shops, it will be shut down again. If you like, I don't mind shutting down my market for the remainder of this year. If you don't
So
like it, go elsewhere and trade. But if you are here, we're not going to allow this. It's plain economic sabotage. And also, we suspect whoever closes their shop to have some criminal intent.
do you think so? That whoever closes their shop have some criminal intent, even though they are doing it in solidarity with the Biafran struggle? So now officially, Governor Soludo is criminalizing any solidarity efforts, all right, to stand with the Biafran struggle. Governor Soludo is basically criminal. He has declared it as a criminal intent. How dare you protest, sit at home? How can you say, well, I own my shop, all right? I am the CEO of my shop. I run my shop. I am the one that is going to suffer loss of not opening on Monday. All right, I'm going to close my shop in absolute solidarity with the Biafran movement. And I believe this will be an economic hit to the state to make them, force them to reason with my agitation and the agitation of my comrades. So taking that stand is a criminal situation as far as Governor Soludo is concerned. And of course, his solution is to close down or perhaps forcefully enforce everybody to open market on Monday. That is his solution. That is, and we find that very, very interesting, right? And we can tell you for sure that we are streaming on two of our platforms, on YouTube and of course on X. I just want to take a look at the numbers that we are doing for now, so that it's good to keep track of our numbers. And it's also necessary to inform everybody that we do this every day by 6 p.m. West African time. We do it for 6 hours. We'll be here up until 12 noon. All right. And it will be as a result of a very interesting conversation. And of course, feel free to drop your comments in the comment section. Any comments you drop should be able to reflect in the studio here. And of course, if you cannot comment, please just like the power tap. When you power tap, that is, you are pressing your screen repeatedly, press it repeatedly. It would allow us to push our content to all that needs to listen to it. Power tap, power tap, power tap. Very, very needed. And it is something as a support for this kind of, um, this kind of content. So thank you so much to the 31 of us tuned in, tuned in on every of our platform from YouTube and X. We are 31 right now. So thank you so much. And of course, we'll be growing our numbers. Tap on your screen, and if you have not
Those who
followed us
shut down
yet,
their shop, who
follow
lock up
us
their
now.
shops on Mondays, are saboteurs, and we suspect them of having criminal intent.
Let's take that again.
Allow this. It's plain economic sabotage. And also, we suspect whoever closes their shop to have some criminal intent. Those who shut down their shop, who lock up their shops on Mondays, are saboteurs, and we suspect them of having criminal intent. Now, this market is shut down. I've come here with the Commissioner of Police. I'm here with the Commissioner of Police and with the security agents. You see the soldiers. Instance for the first 1 week. If we come on Monday and it is locked and any shop is not, we lock it for 1 month.
So that is what is happening. It says if it comes back after 1 week and people are not forcefully back on Monday, he's going to shut it down for 1 month. And that is the reason why you see the protests going on. And we understand that there's a huge uprising going on now. Huge uprising. going on at the moment. So, according to Governor Soludo, these are people with criminal intent. According to him, those that are chanting "Oli, Oli, Oli," Nnamdi Kanu, another savior, have criminal intent. For them to basically decide to, stand in solidarity with Nnamdi Kanu, that is a criminal intent as far as he is concerned. Do you think so? Do you believe so? Is it something that you agree with, dear audience? Because it's important that we put all of these things in perspective. That the fact that you are able to stand in solidarity with um, a self-determination leader like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you have basically become a criminal to the state. And lawyers in the house can clear us on this. They can actually enlighten us. What is criminal about self-determination? And as the Nigerian government handle this matter very well, is the best method of handling stuff like this, judging by the Soludo solution. All right, Soludo, the solution mantra. Is this the solution to the Biafran agitation? And of course, this is also a revelation to many people, especially to the revolutionaries who stood in solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu October last year. All right, revolutionary and their leader being Showore, calling on people like Soludo and many other Southeast politicians that, well, this shambolic kangaroo trial of Nnamdi Kanu, number one, he was kidnapped from Kenya down to Nigeria. Extraordinary rendition is a thing as far as international law is concerned. As if that is not enough, now he's been subjected to, he has been incarcerated or locked up for years. All right. Many will make argument that, well, it is the legal team of Nnamdi Kanu that elongated the case. Whether or not, but yeah, it was actually locked up, all right, for years. And of course, you now begin to also say that the judgment delivered to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, does it commensurate, or perhaps is it actually consistent with how the state treats others who also have this agitation to self-determine? Because, and of course, I will also bring to your notice, and I think I will have to even look for the video of Sunday Igboho, who is also a self-determination agitator, who also agitated for the Oduduwa Republic Yoruba nation. And now we understand that he has been given, his name has been removed from wanted list. And bear in mind, when the state actually forcefully invaded his house, I'm just drawing a parallel here. I am not validating however justapo means by which the federal government came into Igboho's house. It's the same way that they came to Nnamdi Kanu's house. They killed people, the state actors, the security agents, the DSS, they unalived people. In Igboho's house too, they unalived people. All right. But while Igbo also escaped the same way Nnamdi Kanu escaped, you can see the similarity. He escaped, and of course, what did they find in his house? Because it's very, very important to, they found ammunition, rounds of ammunition, magazines, guns, Dane guns. And of course, if you have to look at the laws, you don't have the right, as far as the Nigerian law is concerned, to even have in possession firearms. But they found firearms inside the house of Sunday Igboho. And this is public news. It's not even an investigative journalism that I'm doing here. It is public. They found guns. They found ammunition, bullets in Sunday Igboho's room, Sunday Igboho's house. All right, proving beyond every reasonable doubt, they could actually pin it on him that he was actually, using, weapons to agitate. They can even say that he's been using the guns to perpetuate terrorism in the guise of self-determination. But they did not do that. They admitted the evidence, all right. And of course, as the case progresses, now the current update of that case now is that Sunday Igboho is now a free man. The president has declared him unacquitted. The president has become the judge and jury of Sunday Igboho's case. He did not say that let the law take its course, like they said in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And bear in mind, I even missed a point. When they carried out the similar raid in Nnamdi Kanu's house, they did not see any gun. What they saw was broadcasting equipment. While you might argue that broadcasting equipment is an infringement of the laws, be that local or federal law, that for you to actually broadcast anything, you should obtain the permit to do that. But there are punishments for that. And the punishment for that is not life imprisonment, if I understand it well. I'm not a lawyer. But they did not find any firearm or anything of that sort. And of course, even throughout the agitation of the Biafran struggle, it was basically free, and it was not an armed struggle. Up until later that Nnamdi Kanu was arrested and incarcerated, and we now begin to see armed units begin to spring up, all in the name of representing the Biafran struggle. Where some people would say, many would say, that these armed groups do not represent the IPOB. All right. Many had said it that, well, all of the people that we are seeing that says that they are IPOB, and there's even some evidence that shows that, it was actually sponsored by the state to rubbish the Biafran struggle, just to put a dent and a stain on the Biafran struggle. And one of the sound bite and videos that we saw actually highlighted somebody that was supposed to be called Gentle Jack, who said very clearly that his group is being sponsored by one of the governors of the Southeast. So it's the whole agitation that is being said that has a form of arms in it is not actually sanctioned or perhaps carried out by the indigenous people of Biafra themselves. Right? That is what we have discovered. But well, let's draw parallels here. Sunday Igboho is now a free man, because if you have to look at if you have to provide a solution to a problem, talking about Soludo solution, I'm just trying to put the link on the timeline of this particular all right. If you have to look at the timeline, all right, if you have to look at timeline of every of these things, you see that there are similarities here. Sunday Igboho is now a free man. I'm going to bring out the video, all right, of Sunday Igboho saying and thanking Sunday Igboho. He was thanking President Tinubu, all right, that he's now a free man, all right. He's saying he's now a free man, and that means because his name is in wanted list before. His name is in wanted list before. Why? The state considered him, all right, a terrorist as a result of what they found in his room when they raided him, just like they declared Nnamdi Kanu a terrorist. Whether or not he's a terrorist is a different ballgame entirely. Whether or not Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist is a different ballgame entirely. But they accuse both of them of being terrorists. But now, Igbo himself is telling us, I will play the video in a jiffy. Igbo himself is now saying that President Tinubu, a particular meeting was held, all right, between one of the kings of Yoruba land. And according to him, they had settled the case. According to him, they had settled the case. We'll take a listen to that and see the video in a jiffy. But well, when we talk about bias in the judicial system, and many people will tell you that people like Showre will say there's no peace without justice. There's no peace. This is just the genesis of this whole altercation. I'm just trying to lay a very solid foundation of this altercation between Governor Soludo, who claimed to be a solution merchant, the people, the ordinary people, and their solidarity protest of sitting at home, and the reality on ground, and of course, a bias in a system, a bias. Let's take a listen. We are about to play a video that highlights this bias.
Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, president of Nigeria.
Commissioner Wailara,
Bàbá
are
mi
you
ló bá mi
there?
lọ bá wọn. Ní nǹkan bíi ìjẹta ọjọ́ Friday ni bàbá mi pè mí. Àbí ìjẹrin sorry ọjọ́ Friday bàbá mi pè mí ní nǹkan bíi 10 after 3. Wọ́n ní àwọn wà lọ́dọ̀ president, àwọn ti wá yanjú ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé mo ti di free man kí n máa wọlé bọ̀. Mo kúrò ní exile kí n máa bọ̀ láti wá máa sùn pẹ̀lú àwọn family mi nínú ilé mi nìbàdàn pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà. So inú mi dùn gidigidi, ayọ̀ mi sì kún. Ìdí nìyí tí mo fi wá láti wá dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá mi Olúbàdàn. Kì í fi ẹ̀mí ìmoore hàn. Kí n dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ president of Nigeria, bàbá Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu. Mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ń bá mi dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn. Because àǹfààní pé wọ́n jẹ́ Yorùbá ni mo jẹ yẹn. Ẹ̀wọ̀n tí mo ti wà ń gbòòrò.
You see? Can you see what's going on here? And of course, we want to state it very well for as many as those that do not understand Yoruba. In this interview, he's basically saying he is expressing appreciation to one of the kings in Yoruba land, Olubadan, for going on his behalf to meet President Tinubu to remove his his name from the list of wanted people. Before now, he has been going from hotels to hotel. He has basically been a vagabond because his name is on the list. All right. Shunwailara, please, if you can, reach out back again into the studio. I believe the network is responsible for what is going on. So just to explain very carefully what is happening here, Igbo is saying is expressing his thanks, all right, to one of the Obas of Yoruba land for basically standing for him, meeting with President Tinubu on his behalf to get his name removed. No, I told you a story of how it happened, that Igbo is also an agitator of Yoruba nation, that is self-determination for the Yoruba people. All right. And of course, he is also very much, he has had his own ordeal in the hands of the state. They actually came into his house, Justapo style, to basically arrest him. And he also escaped, just like Nnamdi Kanu. But his escape also met with so many revelations of the fact that he's hoarding so much ammunition. That was not found in Nnamdi Kanu's case. But now we are being told, Shima Ilara, I don't know what is going on. I'm bringing you into the studio, but you are getting kicked out. Sources. Please, I don't know what is going on there. I don't know if you are connected with us now. So, as I was saying, all right, looking at that parallel, looking at this, now Igbo, according to him, he says he's coming. He has come to the palace of Olubadan to come and express his thanks and to be grateful that just only one king came to intervene on his behalf and had a meeting with President Tinubu, and President Tinubu has removed his name. President Tinubu has acted as he has acted as a judge and jury, and he has basically pardoning him unofficially. All right, and you now begin to wonder this partiality. All right, that is the same system, different approach, and how they deal with. And of course, he said it that if not that President Tinubu is not Yoruba, he would not have been given that leniency. So perhaps the only crime that Nnamdi Kanu has committed is the fact that he's not Yoruba, which highlights the issue of tribalism. The issue of what? Tribalism in Nigeria. Tribalism is a very... Okay. All right. I'm here. Comrade would be available soon to speak. All right. No problem. So, tribalism is a major issue in Nigeria. This is very, very clear. And for new listeners that are just joining it, let's take a listen again.
President of Nigeria, bàbá mi Olúbàdàn lọ bá wọn ní nǹkan bíi ìjẹta ọjọ́ Friday bàbá mi
4
pè
days
mí
ago,
àbí jẹrin sorry
father
ọjọ́
called
Friday bàbá mi
my
pè mí
father
ní
that
nǹkan
the
bíi
king
10 after
called
3
him.
wọ́n ní àwọn
After
wà lọ́dọ̀
10,
president àwọn ti wá
said
yanjú ọ̀rọ̀
to
mi
the
pé mo
president
ti di free man
resolve my case
kí n
as
máa
I'm
wọlé
now
bọ̀
a free man.
mo
Let
kúrò
me
ní
become a
exile
free
máa bọ̀ láti wá
my
máa ṣe
house,
pẹ̀lú àwọn fámìlì mi nínú
become
ilé
a
mi
free
nìbàdàn
man,
pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà
roll with
so
my family in
inú mi
Ibadan
dùn gidigidi
in peace.
ayọ̀ mi
So
sì
I'm
kún
very happy,
ìdí nìyí tí mo fi
very
wá
happy,
wá
glad.
láti wá dúpẹ́ lọ
That's why
bàbá mi
I'm here
Olúbàdàn
to come and
kí n fi
express
ẹ̀mí
my
ìmoore hàn
gratitude to
kí n dẹ̀
Ibadan.
dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ president of Nigeria
Thank
bàbá Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu
President of
mo fẹ́ kí
Nigeria,
gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ń
Bola
bá mi
Ahmed
dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn
to all Yoruba
because
people
àǹfààní pé
thank
wọ́n jẹ́
him.
Yorùbá ni mo jẹ yẹn
It's
ẹ̀wọ́n tó ti mo ti
because
wà ń gbòòrò ohun
I
tó gbé mi
am
wá
a
sí ọ̀dọ̀ bàbá
Yoruba. That
mi
is why
Olúbàdàn ni pé
he said it's because I'm Yoruba
mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́
that I'm able to have that privilege. That is very, very much concerning. It's deeply concerning. And this is how your politicians this is the kind of politics that your politicians are proud of. This is how they do their politics. Nothing more, nothing less. And well, our people believe this is normal. And of course, the fact that all of the intelligentsias in Yoruba land are not saying anything about this flip-flop, this principal somersault by the state, this unfairness and bias of the system, and this validation of the criminal judicial system. The fact the Yoruba intelligentsias and even the Igbo intelligentsias, even the Hausa intelligentsias, across all tribes and tongues, they are intelligentsias in this country. The fact they are not calling out this foul play, that it will take a dropout like some of us to call this out, is so disturbing. Very, very disturbing. Is this the kind of society that we want to build? And of course, you now begin to see. Do you think it's only me that is noticing all of these things? Do you think Biafran people are not noticing all of this bias? And they cannot rightfully say that, yeah, their leader was actually a victim of a system that is tribal against them. You think there will be peace after realizing this thing? Governor Soludo, who is a professor, an intelligential in his own right, who should know better, he also think that he can use sheer power. He think he can actually quench an idea using brute force. This is very, very disturbing, and I must confess, and you now be wondering why there is so much problem in the land, why there is so much trouble. Why do we have so much trouble that as you are trying to resolve one trouble, another trouble is raising its head. As you are trying to conquer one madness, another madness is raising up its head. Yoruba
Going
will call
forward,
it Egbirin Ote.
any Monday, any shop that
Right?
is not open will be locked for 1 week. And let me tell you this. As I'm speaking to you now, when I finish this whole main market and all the adjoining these things will be locked down for the whole of this week.
Thank you so much.
There will be no market anywhere here. Are you hearing me? Each Monday will come and inspect. If people are not in their respective,
well, good luck to Governor Soludo. And if you look at what they are calling main market, this is their main market. After four successful governors who claim to be intelligentsias, who claim to come and bring solution, this is what they can show as the main market. Are you impressed? I'm very impressed. I'm not impressed. Some will be impressed by this as a main market. I don't think I am impressed.
Their respective shops, it will be shut down again. If you like, I don't mind shutting down main market for the remainder of this year. If you don't like it, go elsewhere and trade. But if you are here, we're not going to allow this. It's plain economic sabotage. And also, we suspect whoever closes their shop to have some criminal intent. Those who shut down their shop, who lock up their shops on Mondays, are saboteurs, and we suspect them of having criminal intent. Now, this market is shut down. I've come here with the Commissioner of Police. I'm here with the Commissioner of Police and with the security agents. You see the soldiers. Instance for the first 1 week. If we come on Monday and it is locked, and I'm here with the Commissioner of Police. Now, this market is shut.
You can see some pockets of you can see some pockets of modernization, but in actual fact, for the most part, you can see what was that?
Now, this market is now intent.
Those who this is actually straight out of 1960 style of market. This is not how the main market in South Africa looks like. I don't think so. Even I'm not even leaving out I'm not even going out of the African continent. Is this how a main market looks like?
Those who shut down their shop, who lock up their shops on Mondays, are saboteurs, and we suspect them.
This name calling, is it the real solution to the problem? Name calling, and of course, you would know a leader by the way they express themselves, and of course, you will know a ruler, a tyrant by the way they express themselves, and you be the judge, dear audience. In your own view, judging by the way Governor Soludo is comporting himself, all right, is this giving you a vibe of a ruler or giving you a vibe of a leader? All right, this is very, very important for us to draw this difference. All right, do you think with the way Governor Soludo is comporting himself in this manner, in this case, is manner of expression, do you think this is how a leader should basically express himself, especially in sensitive matters like this? Look at markets. This highlights, and many Igbo people are so embarrassed. And this is a video that was put out by Governor Soludo himself. Many Igbo people are genuinely, embarrassed. And later, that is why when people now grill Peter Obi, that whatever performance that he says to have put up in Anambra State is not impressive. And anyone who is impressed does not have taste for quality. Anyone who is impressed that this is a market that has been in existence for how many years, and there is no even any show of development of some sort to even, this is not a modern way. This should not be regarded as a main market in 21st century. All right, this should not be. And the same thing in Lagos. This is not only unique to Anambra State. It's not unique to Anambra State in any way, shape, or form. The same thing in Lagos. Come to some Lagos markets, you'll see a pocket of here and there. But by and large, markets that are used by the ordinary people, the environment still stinks and is messy. Messy and below par. All right. And that tells a great deal to the economic health, all right, of that particular place. Let's keep watching. All right. So it is quite concerning. You see the main market that Governor Soludo is proud of. Look at the aesthetics. It reeks of so many shades of inappropriate aesthetics of what should constitute a main market. And of course, there is basically okay with this, that things should continue this way. And bear in mind, these are some of the agitations of the Biafran people, that they want development, they want progress in Igbo land. That Igbo land have not really, you know, improved. Things have really gone from bad to worse. Wow, I'm having a low battery. I'll need to quickly go sort out my electricity issue, and I'll be back. But while I go, I would leave you with some sound bite, or perhaps the continuation of this very one, because it forms the major focus of this
Shut down again. If you like, I don't mind shutting down my market for the remainder of this year. If you don't like it, go elsewhere and trade. But if you are here, we're not going to allow this. It's plain economic sabotage. And also, we suspect whoever closes their shop to have some criminal intent. Those who shut down their shop, who lock up their shops on Mondays, are saboteurs, and we suspect them of having criminal intent. Now, this market is shut down. I've come here with the Commissioner of Police. I'm here with the Commissioner of Police and with the security agency. You see the soldiers. This stands for the first 1 week. If we come on Monday and it is locked and any shop is not, we'll lock it for 1 month. Going forward, any Monday, any shop that is not open will be locked for 1 week. And let me tell you this. As I'm speaking to you now, when I finish this whole main market and all the adjoining these things will be locked down for the whole of this week. There will be no market anywhere here. Are you hearing me? Each Monday will come and inspect. If people are not in their respective shops, it will be shut down again. If you like, I don't mind shutting down my market for the remainder of this year. If you don't like it, go elsewhere and trade. But if you are here, we're not going to allow this. It's plain economic sabotage. And also, we suspect whoever closes their shop to have some criminal intent. Those who shut down their shop, who lock up their shops on Mondays, are saboteurs, and we suspect them of having criminal intent. Now, this market is shut down. I've come here with the Commissioner of Police. I'm here with the Commissioner of Police and with the security agency. You see the soldiers. This stands for the first 1 week. If we come on Monday and it is locked and any shop is not, we'll lock it for 1 month. Going forward, any Monday, any shop that is not open will be locked for 1 week.
Yeah, you're welcome, the African Wahala, to this conversation. We are happy to have you. And of course, It's nice to have also Shinwa Ilara as always. Um, you guys are rock. You are rock solid behind the people's media, and of course, you always offer yourself at any point in time to basically educate and show the people your perspective on important matters like this. And of course, I believe Shinwa Ilara is ready for us now. Please, I would like to pass you the mic. Thank you so much. It was a very enlightening production yesterday. We had a successful broadcast where we discussed um, the possible projection of what should have been done with the unaccounted for, missing or wasted or stolen 210 trillion naira. And of course, today we are looking at Soludo, the solution. Wow, we lost connection with Shinwa Ilara, and I believe we are still very much connected to the African Wahala. I just have to really do something about my lighting here, hence my face is not showing. But I believe my voice is coming out clear. The African Wahala, I don't know whether or not you're ready to address us, and of course, show us your perspective on how you see this issue, having been able to look at this issue from different angles. Thank you so much. Yesterday was very firecracking. And of course, you were able to also lend your voice to the conversation yesterday. And again, today we are up and running one more time. And to the over 45 of us that are tuning into this broadcast today, we say you're welcome once again. In what angle are you looking at this whole Soludo Onitsha market people situation? You're welcome again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fresh. Thank you. And
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
thank you, Sheun Aguilara, so much for always devoting your time to express what should be done, to express education to the people. I appreciate you so much, Mr. Sheun Aguilara. So, the solution to this is very simple. But these guys are talking about the politicians, Soludo in this case. They they do what they do intentionally. And this is another evidence. You see, if this is the main market in Onitsha and it looks like this, and the people have decided to implement civil unrest by not showing up at their shops on Mondays, if you have a concern about it, the solution is simple and straightforward. For whatever reason the people are implementing the civil unrest, if you don't have a control over that, maybe they want to succeed out of Nigeria. I believe it comes from the Monday sit at home. If that is the reason why they are doing that, and you don't have a control over them, but you don't want it to sabotage the economic activities in that area, what you should have done, Soludo, which I know you're not going to do because you are wicked, just like the rest of the politicians, is you beautify the market. Now, this might sound very trivial to people, but let me tell you what the impact would have been. If that main market, Soludo's government decided to invest 1 billion naira, just 1 billion naira in beautifying and modernizing, the people that own those shops, they will be more enthused to come back to their stalls every day to partake in the economic activities. Trust me, if you pump so much money just into beautifying that market, creating amenities, making sure that when people open their taps, water comes out of their tap. Simple solution, 1 billion naira. You repair the roads, you beautify the shops, you remove all those aluminum cans that are hazardous. You get rid of them, you install modernized structures. In fact, 1 billion is because you definitely have way more than that. If you decide to invest 10 billion naira into modernizing that market, providing water, making the roads good, making sure that the market owners are in a comfortable environment and the shoppers, people that are coming to the market, are in a decent environment. That alone will boost the morale of the people. And they're not going to go against you. But because you are useless, the politicians are completely useless. They've traveled all over the world. Soludo is a professor. He claims to be a professor. He has traveled to different parts of the world. He has seen what markets look like. But he's not even ashamed to call that the main market of Onitsha. How can the main market of Onitsha look so horrible in 2026? Then nobody is going to respect you. People outside, they are not going to respect you. They look at it like an eyesore. And I'm not trying to throw shades at Onitsha market because that's how the main market is in most cities across Nigeria. The main markets are eyesores, garbage. Whenever rain falls, everywhere is full of mud. Marketers can't even move around without being uncomfortable. Marketers, if they have to use the bathroom, there is no running water. They always have to improvise, short put. You can't even open the tap and water is running out. Everywhere is stinking. It looks like a mess. And this is 2026. So all what you should have done, Charles Soludo, but we know you're not going to do it because you're useless, is pump money into that market. That would encourage the market owners. In fact, you can even sign an agreement with the leadership of the market people, telling them that we are going to invest in modernizing this infrastructure. We are going to make this look like, even if it's not world standard, let it even look like the standard that they have in Botswana. Let it look like the standard that they have in Addis Ababa. Let it look okay for human beings to perform their economic activities. If you can make that work, these people are not going to go against you, but you've decided to use force because you are useless. You claim to be a professor, just like all these other useless politicians. You guys are dumb. You're not intelligent people. Because if you were intelligent, you should know that doing the same thing that your predecessors did is not going to yield any results. You're just going to be making matters worse. Now you're threatening the people that anybody that doesn't show up because they are implementing their rights, which is their rights, civil unrest or a protest is their rights. It's even in the Constitution. They have a right not to show up to work. In fact, what if someone is sick on a Monday and decides not to show up at the shop? So you're just going to go lock it up for a month, and then they have to come back and be begging you, oh, please, sir, my child was sick. I had to take her to the hospital because you guys are useless. These politicians are useless. And unfortunately, this is the saddest part of the whole story. Most of their victims, the citizens, most of them do wish they were like the politicians. They aspire to be like these politicians, which is the most unfortunate situation. So we've come full circle. The politicians are useless. Most of the citizens aspire to be like the useless politicians. So it makes it very difficult. And that's why you as a citizen, it's important that you are aware of how you think. You need to start working on your psyche. Stop trying to become the people that have destroyed your society. Now, these people, their reaction is perfect. Their reaction by staging a massive protest, that I love that reaction because there is power in the people. The people actually have the power. And if they can push this through across the finish line, that would show Soludo that he actually has no power. He is the one managing the power. The people have the power. Soludo, being the governor, he is just a manager of the power. And if the people that have the power decide to turn against you, then you will fail. If they decide you're not going to show up at work, If 70% of them decide, okay, do your worst, we're not going to show up, go ahead and lock up all those stores. In fact, go ahead, lock up those stores, give it out to other people because you're like, you know what? If these people don't want these stores, there are millions of people that are lining up that want these stores. Go ahead and do that and look at the chaos that you will create in your community. But these guys are useless. They just believe that they are gods. You're not a god. You governors, you politicians, senators, you are nobodies. The people are the ones that have the power. All you guys are, you, the politicians, are managers. You are managing the power. And if these people can realize how much power that they have and they stand up against you, it's a wrap. And I hope the people of the Onitsha market can continue to stand up against this unintelligent guy that calls himself a professor until they make him bulge. And that's my contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much indeed. The African Wahala. Hmm. That is quite powerful. And of course, it brings power back to the people. This brings power back to the people. And of course, it's a strong message to the Onitsha people to basically look within themselves and look at what their own power is and not be afraid to use it. Because if authorities are not afraid to use their power, why should the people be afraid to use theirs? And this is quite profound, all right? Because you have people complain and complain and complain that the system is designed to keep them subjugated. The system is designed to hit them very hard. But in actual fact, are they really powerless too? All right. In a state whereby you are powerless, then it's understandable. But when in fact you are not powerless, you are powerful. And in fact, the fact that Governor Soludo can actually come out and say, you must open your shop by force as a private owner. You are a private owner and you are still enforced to open your shop by force. No, in absolute disregard and disrespect to your decision. That also speaks volumes that, well, are you looking at an independent situation? Are you really that independent? And does the state representative like Governor Soludo regard you as an independent mind for you to decide to do whatever it is that you like with your business? Because by and large, anyone who decides to lock their shop, they are the ones that are going to lose now. All right. This is not a government institution. They are the owner of their business. And if they decide to lock their shop, they should be able to be. Normally, it comes with consequences. It means that they're not going to make money on that day. But the government is saying, well, it's affecting us. This is what the government is indirectly telling them. Government is basically showing them that that protest is very, very effective. And they should basically look into it. But they want to do it in a very subtle, in a very, sledgehammer approach to the thing. But it seems as though the whole thing is backfiring because, as we understand, Onitsha is under lockdown at the moment, and there's so much protest everywhere. And of course, we'll bring you the footage in due course. Let's pass the mic to one of our very regular revolutionary speaker, Sheung Ayilara. Sheung Ayilara, you're welcome once again. And having take a very critical look at this whole situation, this whole Anambra situation, what would be your assessment in terms of Governor Soludo, a professor for that matter, and who has claimed to bring solution to matters like this in his manifesto, because he has already campaigned and basically said, well, I am coming to bring solution and I am Soludo the solution. And of course, do you think this is a very strategic solution to the Anambra problem? So far, so good. In what angle are you looking at this whole situation, Sheung Ayilara? Please proceed, sir. You're welcome once again.
Evening, comrades. I greet all comrades. A special greetings to the viewers, also the listeners, also. Um, Again, we are back at it, right? I greet, I salute you, comrade African Wala. Nice analysis of the situation of where we are at, and how the government, should have acted, and how they fail not to, because it is all deliberate. And then, Comrade Civic Space, I see that you made a whole lot of content available for us to consume. A lot of content, looking at it from political angle, from social angle, from ethnic angle, from collective angles. Because this, in a way, also speaks to us regardless of where we claim that we are, or the part of the country we are from. Yeah. So, but I have a leftover assignment, done business yesterday. So I quickly would want to solicit your indulgence to first address that, right? Just two things. That it is in this country that a Mayfele asset of about 700, over 700 housing units was confiscated. Just an individual owning over 700 housing units. 700, over 700 housing units confiscated. So, should in case somebody would ask us, where are we going to get the fund to provide social welfare packages? Just an individual stole enough to house, and what we are talking about, the housing unit we are talking about, is not just Jekureo, it's not just small housing unit. It's not I better pass my neighbor or face me and slap you here. We are talking of a standard housing unit for one singular person had in his name over 700 housing units to its name. So that should constantly remind us that our situation is not lack of funding, right? Talking about and then addressing the fact that whether some persons will look at us and say we're already a socialist state, and I think Falano also made instance to this, that they are part of the Nigerian Constitution, especially Section 6 of the Nigerian Constitution actually address the need of the responsibility of the government to the people. And many people will have characterized that section as a welfarist section, very welfarist. It was talking about what the government responsibility to the citizen is. Very good, very nice. But the subsection 6 of that same constitution, subsection 6 of Nigerian Constitution, subsection 6C, also now made a clause, a clause that nullifies everything. And what was that clause in subsection C? It was simply saying that even though we have listed that this is the responsibility of the government to the people, but none of you can afford or will be entertained to take the government to the court of law on this, meaning we cannot sue the government. When we act in civil act of disobedience and they arrest us and they libel us for treason because we have failed to do our responsibility to what we are as a citizen to this nation, because you could be labeled a felony or a treason, committing a treasonable offense such as it has been levied on Nnamdi Kanu, right? So if when they label us a treason, or that we have committed a treasonable offense, is because we have failed in the contract on our own side to commit our resources and time and energy towards meeting with the demands of the state based on the contract that was drafted by not us, by the state, right? But in their own case, the government said we cannot charge them for treason. In fact, The moment the case lands in court, if I thought there is a court date for that, the moment the court clerk reads the case, what would happen is that the judge would dismiss it because it has no binding. There's no legal binding on it, and that's no law. So that means that Section 6 in itself is as good as not being in the Constitution, because that clause nullified everything in it. So I just wanted to say that, because it's also very important to the conversation that we would have today, right? So that even though many would think that Nigeria is a welfare state, but it is not, because we cannot, if people default, there is no binding, there is no agreement binding us to ensure that the government, do what they are supposed to do, and that makes it a nullified, non-socialist, non-welfare state. It makes it charity. Anything that the government, that's why we thank the government. When the government do their responsibility to us, we thank them. When we fail to do our own responsibility to the government, or when we even do our responsibility to the government, does the government thank us? Not at all. They further threaten us, right? So this is where it is, because if you do not understand this, you will not understand what the people of Enugu are currently doing. If you do not understand this, and you will not understand why the states also have to respond in the way they choose to respond, deliberate act. If you do not understand this, just to be sure, can I still be heard? Is it clear? Comrade, is it clear?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
very
I can hear
audible.
you.
All right, thank you, African Wala. Thank you, Civic Space, for that feedback. Yes, so let's go into Soludo. Who they give people certificate in this country? See, we should ban the idea that we have professors and doctors in this country. No. Who they give certificate for this country? We need to protest about who is the people, or who are the people, or who they are that give certificate in this country. Don't you agree with me to start with? Let's start from there. Because Patience is also a professor or doctor. Jonathan is also a doctor. This country is not lacking doctorates or professorship. We are not lacking in form of title-based degrees. Title-based. Now container with the C. The missing part, the integral part of what to mean, what we mean, or what the title should connote in itself is missing. The contents are missing. This is fraud. You don't go to the shops or the shelves or supermarket only to end up with just container of anything that you buy. That is fraudulent. Protest about that. Protest. These doctors must stop. This professorship must stop. Who are the people giving people professorship degree in this country? We need to protest that. Very important. How can Soludo say that he is a professor? Everything, that video nullifies everything in terms of being a professor. I'm not talking about being a governor. Being a governor,
any Monday,
with
any
the
shop that
condition
is
of
not
the market,
open will be locked for 1 week. And that may tell you
It's not
this.
even fit to be called a human
As
being.
I'm speaking to you now, when I finish
But
this,
talking about
this whole member,
there is a fraud that I noticed. 48 hours. This is going to take us a bit. It's still going to eventually at the end of this program, tail end of this program, some of this is going to make sense, right? But maybe now you just see it as distraction here and there, right? Comrade, can I still be here? Because I see African Wala going off, and sometimes it might be me going off. Can Comrade hear me? I guess I am audible. I'm not sure. I don't want to assume that I am. Like one. let me not throw. Let me not throw a random jab. And there's a throw a random jab. But Comrade there. I'm seeing your picture, but I cannot hear you. And I do not want to assume that because this network is not something to bank on. If not, I will have continued. Right. Yeah. So even though the network shows that I'm still connected, but I'm not sure. I just want to be sure. Let me off my camera.
You are audible.
All right. Okay, thank you. So, like I was saying, that 48 hours after the election, there was a different result that was declared. Different results. The eventual result that was declared was that about 200 and something thousand persons eventually voted. I'm talking of 48 hours after the Anambra election, and that Soludo managed to, get 100,000 of that vote. And I made some analysis about it. I'm not saying that these guys rate me, that they listen to me. I do not even want them to be part of my audience. But I am noticing that there have been an inflation on that numbers of votes that he has, comrade. And I think it's deliberate. These guys are looking for, probably after my analysis, because after my analysis, there's no way they will not hate themselves. After my analysis of the idiot Soludo, there is no way he's not going to hate himself. They went to inflate the price, the numbers. The numbers now that they are claiming they have is 400,000, even though that is still also entirety of failure. But they went to inflate it. But this is now my point, because these guys have a way of making people think that they are deja vu, that we are in a la-la land. It's the same thing they did during NSAS, that the state claimed that they were never at the toll gate. The armies, the soldier released a Twitter statement that they were never at the toll gate until people started, doing the citizen report, the actual citizen report. Can you imagine that you are at war against your state? State has declared war on you in such a way that none of the state apparatus or state media can report what is even true. It took the intervention of citizens' report to justify, to solidify that there was an attack at the NSAS. Can you imagine living in such an environment? where people, use state resources to leverage. But in this case, it seems as if you are at war. It's not, it seems as if you are at war with the state. That's why I said you must be careful with these idiots. But let me now give the implication of this, because this analogy is that what they are claiming is that they have 400,000 votes in Anambra. 400,000 votes times 36 states is 14,400,000 persons. The ruling party have 14,400,000 persons that elect, minus the FCT capital. The capital minus the FCT capital is minus this equation, just the 36 state. Do they have 40 million voting for T-Pain? No. There will never be an issue of going to court if there was 40 million declared votes. Never. So let's even now assume that they did not get 400,000 across all the 36 states. Let's even now say that we want to deduct 4 million from this equation. Do they have 10 million votes? They barely would survive with 8 million thereabout with the rigging. But they want to tell us that they did not rig. With the rigging. But this is what I'm saying, that these guys, the people are not behind them. And even with the 400,000 that he claims that he has, because on paper they claim that they have allocated 400,000 for themselves. I doubt it. But even with the 400,000, it's still less than 50% of the accredited voters. The accredited voters in the last Anambra election was 2.5 million people thereabouts. If you divide that into half, it didn't even add half of the elected voters. Half a sitting governor, an incumbent governor. That is how unpopular these guys are. They want to constantly solidify their popularity through force. That is where I'm going with this. That's why I've went through this route. They want to solidify their popularity through force. Because they need the concept that the people have validated them. They need that concept, even though they know it's not true, but they need it. And this is what now will lead me to and these guys are not technocrats. And that's why African Wala was suggesting how you could solidify, how you could, legalize your candidacy or candidacy. These guys are not technocrats. I don't know the school that they went to. These schools, see, they need to record some of these guys' certificates and ban some of these schools. This is not a professor by any standard. If I enter a class and this guy speak, I'm going out of the I'm going out of the class. This is just a mirage of what a professor is about. Do you know the level of a professor? Theorizing concepts and putting research into motion? No, these ones, no, cannot even be a teacher. In the every standard of what it means to be a teacher, these are not even fit. These are misfits across all board. That he even went to a street and call it a market is a madness. That's why I said, if I'm the governor, I will be ashamed to say that I'm coming to threaten people on the street and call it a market. That's not a market. You don't call that a market. Have these idiots not been to markets across the globe?
Yes, sir.
You call shops, people trying to find survivor against all odds, against the state, because they are at war with the state. People trying to find survivor by opening their own environment to businesses, to services. that the government has failed to create what is called, or the concept of what is called ultra-modern market. You call this a market? No, this is not a market now. Nigerians, no, they form my hand now. Some of us, they see market across the globe now. Or even if you have not traveled out, just go on YouTube and check China market. Check it. Check the concept of the market might be mall. Yes, check the mall across the globe. Is this a market? This is not a market. This is a residence that people have to turn to a market so that they can still meet with their daily needs and daily survival. This is not a market, and this is not even fit to be called a resident. How can a governor go to this state, looking at this state? This is the other clean orderly that this place can get. How can it not be ashamed? As they were recording it, to say, no, don't record it, I'm a professor. I know what a market is supposed to look like. Not being a governor, I'm a professor. I know what a market is supposed to look like. Don't record this, don't record this. This is not a market. You mean people do business here? No, this is not a market. You mean the state has no facilities for this? No facilities for, keeping the children? No facilities for, no, these people are mad. These people are mad. They are mad. They are out of skin. They are mad. No facilities for children gatherings, public gatherings, or market people are not expected to own a family. No structural layout for markets. And you still come again and walk your ass, that your dirty ass, into the system that people are trying to build for themselves, and you still come there to threaten them. See, that he left untouched is my fault. Really, it's the fault of the people. Because you come into my house to threaten me and tell me when I should open my house because you are the governor. No, the people are taking rubbish. The people are taking too much rubbish from these idiots. They are taking too much of rubbish. He has not provided any standardized system and structures for this place. It's not helping them improve their markets. No signboard, nothing in form of state, no investment of the state into this. I'm saying the state did not build this. It does not know how the buildings come about. And the state thereby have the audacity. It's audacious to walk in and threaten the people. No, he's lucky. He's lucky. He's lucky that it is this era. Not the Agba women era. He's lucky that it's not during the Agba women revolution. He's lucky. These people are lucky. He's lucky. You come into my house to tell me when I should open my house and when I should not open my house because you are a governor. You are lucky. These people are lucky and they know. They know the history. They know that our mothers didn't take this rubbish from these idiots. They didn't. They were existing. They existed, but they didn't take it. They didn't take it. No facilities provided whatsoever, but still want to enforce. You can see how quick he was saying that he will come and destroy it because they have no investment in it. These motherfuckers are not investors. And they say we should not be angry. Can you see the fascist statement that this motherfucker made? Comrade, can I still be here?
Yes, you're audible. Can you hear me too?
Oh, yes, loud and clear, loud and clear. Can you see the statement that the motherfucker is making? Can you see the statement? He is quick to say that they will come and level it. He would bring it because he is a destroyer. These guys are destroyers. You are up against the state. If in case you don't know, these guys are destroyers. They are not interested in building such. They do not have stake. The reason Nigeria is like this, the reason Nigeria is still not collapsing yet, is because we, the oppressed, have not behaved like these oppressors. The moment we are willing to behave in a 0.5% of the way these oppressors behave, Nigeria will collapse. It's because we are still the one. We are still the one peaceful. Say he better come and open it or I will destroy it. He will destroy it because his father's business investment is not there. The ancestry that he belongs to, which is the ancestry class of the oppressor, they know only one thing: destroy and not build. They are not used to building. That's why you can look at what people have built in spite. This is despite the state's attack on them, what they have built, and say that he will come and destroy it. Quick to say it. It's almost, pick that statement, put it in a random person, you will call it violence. But in this case, this is why Nigerians must need to wake up. If you put that statement, everything that he said, you can use AI, put it in a random person, and let him echo the same thing. You will say that this person is declaring violence. But in the case of that ordinary person, he does not have the state tool. This motherfucker has the state tool to do it. So it's not just a threat. So it's not that he's joking. It's coming at us. It's coming at everything that makes the fiber of the human mind. This motherfucker has the state tool. He has the state resources to come and fund destruction. But was the motherfucker elected to destroy or to build? That's why they have to go and inflate 400,000, because there is no way 400,000 voted for him, really. They didn't even with the rigging and the obvious gala and coke that they had to give, the incentives of making people poorer, so that they can offer them poorer choices, poorer decisions, poorer stuff. It's not ashamed. The sitting governor came back into power without getting at least 50%. 50% is a pass mark. And you say this is a professor. We need to go and investigate the school that gave him, say. I am interested in investigating the school that gave him a professor. And he called this a market. And he was even, well, you guys are very lucky. You guys are very lucky. But that lucky is what's our son. One day the bushmeat go catch the hunter. One day bushmeat go catch the hunter. One day the bushmeat go catch the hunter or catch the hunter. It's just a matter of time. You are propelling people to that point, because the lineage, we might have lost the actual contact, physical contact with our ancestors, with the women of Egbala, with the women of Aba, but we have not lost the DNA. The DNA runs in us. Something is going to propel it. Continue. There won't be mercy for all of you guys. No mercy. Somebody will now say, Hashem, what you are saying now is propelling violence. Didn't you hear what the motherfucker said? For people to do what? For people doing the act of protest, because you don't know that boycott is part of protest. Mass action, public mass action is part of protest. There are various forms of protest. You see, part of the things that we would ask us to do is to read about ourselves. That the emancipation movement in America, the reason some of us, some of you, can even lay claim to being a citizen of America or any other European country is because there was an emancipation movement. But they have miseducated you to trust Jesus more than you trust Malcolm X. You don't even know who Malcolm X is. You don't even know who Martin Luther King Jr. is. You don't even know who Rosa Parks is. You don't even know who Marcus Garvey is. You see, that's the problem, the miseducation. So when you get visa, you are quick to go and answer to your God, to that Sky Daddy, and say, Sky Daddy, I'm happy today, tomorrow no more. Go, idiots. Sky Daddy did not do anything for you.
Charles Soludo got his professorship from Enugu State University, Nsukka.
They need to go and close down Enugu State. The moment I have political power, I will close down Enugu State, or they will collect back his professorship. Two conditions. So that they will collect back the professorship, meaning they will sign a MOU, an understanding, memorandum of understanding that no, this is not a product of us. Even though we tried to train him, but this guy did not. He was unfortunate. He was not paying attention in the class. I would understand, and they recollect back his certificate because they can recollect it. Every institution can recollect it. That's part of the clause in your school institution. They can recollect it. Or I close down that Enugu State institution and say that this is not an institution fit to produce anybody, not even citizens, to talk of a misfit leader like Soludo. But back to the point, you want to go and give your God that have made this place a hell for you testimony when you have the visa. The reason why you are not going there and carted away to go and be doing slave job, which is still what we do anyway. If you have read the biography of Malcolm X, titled Malcolm X, you will have seen that Malcolm X titled some of these jobs as slave jobs. What we still do today are nothing but slave jobs. But because you do not understand the role that your ancestor played, you think it's Jesus that gave you a room with your enemy in your enemy estate. No, it's the miseducation of the Negro, that the Negro gets to the point where he now thanks his slave masters for the problem he first created and initiated, that his own people solved. The miseducation of the Negro. You don't know of Rosa Parks. If you know of the emancipation movement of the 50s in America, of the 60s in America, you will know of these personalities I'm talking about. You will know of Martin Luther King Jr. That's not just a minister, even though they want to tell you that he's a minister of God. Well, he did not. The reason why I know him is not because he preached any gospel. No, he didn't preach the second coming or the first coming. He literally preached liberation. Malcolm X, you have been taught that he was a Muslim minister. No, that's what they want to miseducate you about. I didn't know Malcolm X because he preached Quran or Hadith. No, because he preached liberation. But in the emancipation struggle, what took the emancipation struggle that was already happening until Rosa Parks got involved? You have heard of the fears of Rosa Parks, because in America before now, God help you. Now why African people they misbehave? You are enjoying, but you don't even know at what cost this enjoyment comes to. In America before, if you enter a bus park or if you enter a bus and you see seats available, there are places you dare not sit. Even if it's available, this is not your place. You go to the back. Your back is your place. Before, you were not even entering the same bus. But after some time, they started making consensus. That, okay, let's allow these idiots to enter bus with us. So at that point, they started allowing us to start entering bus with us. So, but our seat is at the back. So psychologically, when you have a child that wants to go and sit at the back in the class, there is a PTSS, post-traumatic slave syndrome, that is at play. So our seat is at the back. So every time a Black American enters into the bus, even if there are seats available in the front, his own seat or our own seat is at the back. And in peradventure, there are seats available in the front, but there are no seats at the back. Is going to stand or she's going to stand. You have to leave the seat regardless. It has nothing to do with whether there are available people to sit on it or not. It has to be left untouched. But after some time, the agitation moved further. It now became, if peradventure that you enter a bus and there are no seats at the back, your primary space, but there are seats in front and there are no white persons to sit on it, you can sit. But the moment a white person, you stand and go back to the back, or you stand. So it was at the era of this era that Rosa Parks became a thing. Rosa Parks, R-O-S-A, then Park, as in park. So this has been going on, but there was a day Rosa Parks drink shepherd. Sorry, my ancestor. I mean, she became tired because how can you just imagine it? Can you just imagine the psychological effect of standing up when someone comes into the bus? At one point of the day, on this occasion, she became tired of doing so. So a white person got in and she refused to give up her seat and said she wasn't standing. The driver came into the intervention and said, "Madam, you have to go to the back." And she said, "No, I've had enough. I'm not going to the back. I do not want to sit at the back." So she was arrested because it was a crime. You see, be careful about, especially the oppressed. The oppressed should be careful about what is legal to them and what they consider illegal. Slavery at a point was legal. To want to break free from slave camp was illegal. You will be hanged for doing so. The oppressed should be careful of calling their oppressive laws legal. It might be legal to the one who benefits from your oppression, but it's not legal to you. It should not be legal to you, except if you are confused totally. So they called a police and got her arrested. So the news went viral. That's for the first time in a long time, somebody acted in defiance to a law that is now entrenched. So the Alabama community of the emancipation movement got the idea and said, wow, we have to associate with her. We have to associate. She was not even in the group of emancipation until she just acted that this is not human. Just like I'm feeling that, how can idiots call Soludo? How can he go and threaten people that have done businesses against all odds? How can? She was not even part of the emancipation. But when the news got to the group of the Malcolm Martin Luther King Jr., they had no choice but to partner to because
Yes.
that
You
is
are
what they are.
audible. You are audible. Can you hear us too?
All right. Thank you for that.
Yeah, if you,
Yes,
if
yes,
you
I
if
can
you
hear
can
you.
if we can round up, or perhaps give us a summary of that historical
I
story.
will even
Of
end
course.
on this
Okay,
because
so we have
message for
many other interesting angles to this particular issue, and of course we want to
yeah.
take our
I
viewers.
would hang the
Yeah.
boat at this point for now. I will hang the boat at this point for now. So when the news got to them, they attached themselves and realized that they have to join the movement. They have to join a message, and that was how they joined our message. For 1 year, there was a trending scope to the emancipation movement in such a way that the movement never experienced in all accounts before. The movement was existing, but it didn't take the shape that it was. What was the movement that Rosa Parks birthed? It was this movement of the boycotting process. African people, Black American people, after that action, rejected the fact that this is legal. And they said that until this law is abolished, coupled with some laws of voting, because Ellen Likuba also around that same time, they were struggling for voting, a capacity to vote as a Black person. But it was during that time that the Black people now said, no, you have to take this law away from it. We cannot be subjected to sitting at the bar, or we boycott. For 1 whole year, African people had to trek miles to work for in Black America. They boycotted the system until the system realized that because they knew that they were the one funding the system of transport system in America. The system was crazy. It subjected people to 1 year of hardship. People have to orchestrate means. They have to go socialist in solving the problem. The story about how they even solve it, how they mitigate with it is another different story. You will be happy to be a Black man, an African, if you know the story. How they survive without public transport system in a world where they can barely afford, not many of them could afford a car for a whole year, 365 days. What our people are protesting about, the boycotting they are doing is just once in a week. That's something good, but just once in a week, just on Monday. What they did was to boycott the entire system, transport system, altogether for a whole year. Do you know what that is? Let me stop there. Back to you, Comrade Civic Space.
Pam, because we've been having a network issue today, so much technical issue that we have to battle with. Um,
Oh, comrade, your audio has gone. No, no, we can't hear you.
wow,
Okay,
really?
now you're
Now,
back. Now you're back.
how about now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you're back.
The system is basically muting me automatically. I have to unmute repeatedly. So sorry about that. So we have been able to highlight, or perhaps bring to the open, the whole idea of boycotting, and of course the reason why the Biafran people are basically having a sit at home on Mondays. And of course, thank you so much, Shinwa Ilara, for giving us an historical context to the history of boycotting. And boycotting is not new to us. If a people want to use boycotting as a means of protest, why should they be, why should they be criminalized for it? it doesn't really make any sense. And of course, this is like a small screen. There's so many things that are happening at the same time, and this seems to be like the obvious situation. The whole boycotting of a thing is like the obvious situation. But how about the obvious, rhetoric or perhaps situation that is happening at the same time, that necessitated the boycotting in the first place? This is one of the things that I would love us to really touch on, in terms of how did we get here, really, and what made it necessary for the establishment for the Biafran people to to adopt the boycott strategy of protest, because it is very,
Hmm.
very important. There is a judicial bias here, and there's a systemic bias. Let's face it, that is playing out here, because what brought about this boycotting of a thing was as a result of an agitation, and there's a similar agitation in another part of the country, and the leader of that agitation is not basically getting this kind of treatment from the state. The leader of the Oduduwa nation, or perhaps Yoruba nation, Sunday Igboho, is not getting the same treatment, even when there is similar circumstance. For instance, he was also being approached by the system in the Justapo means, and people were unalived in his house, and he was found to have, according to public record that was released by the DSS themselves, that he has, firearms and so many other things that is considered illegal according to the Nigerian law. But of course, we are now getting information that as at now, Sunday Igboho is now a free man. He's no longer wanted. Before, it's a wanted situation. But now Sunday Igboho is no longer wanted. Because we are supposed to look at the overall implication of of basically burying the the underground cause of this the underground cause of this agitation, the underground cause of the boycotting. And of course, it seems as though someone who calls himself a professor wants to basically look away, or perhaps boycott the entire reality of the agitation in the first place, and just want us to focus on his authority. All right. He wants to basically want us to focus on its authority. He doesn't want to treat the problem. He wants to treat the symptom. And of course, for experts that are very, very much knowledgeable in terms of conflict resolution, and of course, the escalation, or perhaps bringing about peaceful negotiation in issues like this, they would say that, well, if the authorities of Nigeria decide to sweep this issue under the carpet and ignore justice and be partial, cherry pick who they want to prosecute or who they want to persecute, because persecution and prosecution is two different things. But in many cases, you know, prosecution can be, or persecution can be masked as prosecution. Prosecution is different from persecution, and in many cases, persecution can be masked in the front of prosecution. And that is exactly what happened in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's not as though you cannot accuse Sunday Igboho of anything around the lines of violence, or perhaps his activities hasn't led to death of people. And even perhaps you can also make the case that, Sunday Igboho was a warlord, and in fact, a warlord, still a warlord. And Sunday Igboho has also threatened the state many times. And that is not even to concede the fact that this calling the states, or calling out the state, or perhaps the right to actually call out the injustice in the state, or perhaps the right to seek for self-determination is a sin, or perhaps wrong in itself. But we are just drawing parallels here. That, for instance, the way forward here, if a professor were to display his professorial, there's any grammar like that, if he were to display to us and prove to us that he's a professor, professors have a way of looking at issues from the root cause and deal with it at that fundamental level, such that it is resolved amicably, or perhaps they bring about a solution to a problem. But it seems as though the Nigerian professors are a special breed, and we need to really observe very well. We have to pay a more closer look. We have to pay a more closer look in their activities, and of course their professorial activities, or perhaps when they display or perhaps carry out some of their action. It's a very unique way that they do that, and it begins to make us question our knowledge of what constitutes being a professor. It begins to make us question what constitutes a professor, or how they actually got their professorial title. Because with that, let's face it, there's no peace without justice. And I do not see, based on the look of things, I have not seen any peaceful move from the standpoint of the government of Anambra State to bring about a solution to this old issue. But am I looking at this? Am I blowing things out of proportion? Or do you perhaps look at this thing in a different light? Dear listeners or dear viewers, let us know. Give us your feedback. All right. Send us a message on our YouTube Civic Space channel. We are streaming currently on Civic Space channel. We are also very much streaming on X Liberation Chats. So send us your feedback. All right. We would see it one way or the other. We either see it live, or perhaps we have to go look for it. Of course, by and large, let's have your own take on this issue. Do you think this is the best way to solve this problem, with brute force? All right, threatening to level the whole market if they insist on being resolute in their own method of resistance. And Shewa Ilara has done a very fantastic job to let us know that boycotting is not really alien to us. When people want to protest, they can actually use different means. And history has shown, according to what Shimalara has exposed us to today, that boycotting is indeed not alien, and there's nothing criminal about boycotting. If they decide to shut down their business for a day in order to send a very strong message to the powers that be that their agitation is still not resolved, or perhaps they are victim of a systemic bias or a selective justice, why shouldn't they do that if that is the only means to actually express their grievance? But here we are looking at a situation whereby the political elite in Indigo they are basically coming out with full force that not only are we going to betray your struggle, not only are we going to fold our arms as our own brother is being persecuted, as our own brother is being selectively extrajudiciary, locked up for life. We are going to fold our hands. We are going to look at it. We are going to allow him to face that, injustice. We are not only going to do that, we are going to step it up, that for daring to stand in solidarity with this freedom fighter, we are going to destroy your business. That is essentially what the Soludo government is saying. And of course, you now begin to see whether or not this is the best way to do it. Is this the best approach? All right. Is this the best approach at stuff like this? All right. Oh, so sorry about that. The African Wahala. Yeah, it is a network issue. It's not from my hand in any way, shape, or form. I believe the network is And when network is not stable like that, he has also kicked Sheon Aylara out severally. Please, um, press the link once again and let's hear your perspective on the other dimension of sweeping the case under the carpet, or perhaps a driver situation that is driving, and the dashboard is indicating so many signals that something is wrong somewhere, and the driver decided to say, well, I'm going to look away from the dashboard, but rather turn up the volume of the music to entertain me, or perhaps to exert my authority that I'm in the control. All right. The vehicle will eventually break down. And that seems to be the situation that is going on here. That are we going to see the progress of Anambra basically go down the drain, all right, as a result of the mishandled, or how they mishandle this situation, how the authorities, including Soludo, how he handles this particular matter? Are we going to see an escalation? And of course, will it be an alarmist situation if there is indeed an escalation? If because everything is indicating that things are going to escalate. That is what everything is indicating. And we already seen that escalation already. I will bring to the screen what we have been seeing so far so good. We have seen a close down of Asaba Onitsha Road at some point. We don't know whether or not the recent breaking news has indicated that whether or not they have cleared that already. I wouldn't know. But we have seen that there is indeed a breakdown of law and order. There's been an escalation of the case. There have been an escalation of this situation here. And it also indicates the fact that the authorities, that Soludo is a representative of that authority in Anambra State, have not done a good job in managing this situation. Just as Buhari government has not managed the situation very, very well. Buhari administration, as you can hear, as you can hear, Onitsha to Asaba blocks, no way in, no way out.
Onitsha to Asaba blocks, no way in, no way out. Onitsha to Asaba blocked, no way in, no way out. Stand still.
Well,
stand still.
So, and do you know what this standstill mean in economic terms or in economic language? And by and large, who should we blame for this escalation? The people or the authorities? Just as the Buhari government has refused to, they missed the line by basically invading Nnamdi Kanu's house and killing people there, and basically escalating the issue. The Buhari government also missed the mark. And do not forget, under the authority or leadership in the Justice Department of Malami, Abubakar Malami, the current this same Malami that is facing so much corruption charges against him, over 200 billion naira worth of properties, is linked to him. You now begin to wonder how he got that so much money to buy so much properties. And it was under the Abubakar Malami, while he was serving as the Minister of Justice, that this whole escalation took place. This whole demonization of the agitation of the people in a certain part of the country that wants to basically break away peacefully, all right? The escalation started then. And of course, we are seeing how those that should know better, all right? And of course, bearing in mind the results that we are having with Abubakar Malami tells us a great deal of the quality of leaders in Nigeria and the quality of those that are manning or handling our most critical ministries. Ministry of Justice is a very critical ministry that should not be, joked with. And the office of the presidency is one of the most sensitive office that your actions and inactions decide a lot of things. It either de-escalates or escalates. But can we really make a strong case for the Nigerian authorities that in the way they have handled the Biafran agitation, they have handled this in a quite professional way, or perhaps in a way that de-escalates? I want to ask that question to one of any of our panels that can really jump in. I think the African Wahala want to jump in. Can we say that the authorities in Nigeria, looking at the root cause of this whole thing, looking at it at the foundational level, can we really make a case? Let's even say we want to make a case for the Nigerian authorities. Can we basically make a case that they have really handled this whole matter well, in such a case that de-escalates the whole agitation or perhaps tension in that region? The African Wahala, to pass you the mic.
Yeah, thank you. I think that if I'm going to grade the Nigerian government from state level to federal level on handling any cries for succession, I would have to give them an absolute F. Out of 100 points, I'm not trying to be harsh or anything. They get an absolute 0. In fact, they should be getting a negative. They should be on like minus 50 over 100. But, realistically, they get a 0. And the reason is simple. People are agitating that they no longer want to be a part of the country. How about you solve it?
Neither can I see him also.
Can you hear me?
Very clearly.
Yeah,
can you hear me too? I think
I can hear you, and I could hear Shehu Ayilara too.
Yeah, I could hear him too, but it seems as though he cannot hear us. Shehu Ayilara, can you hear us now? Just to confirm, are you still finding it difficult to hear us?
I can hear you in civic space, but that of Africa Wahala seems as if I can't.
Oh, African Wahala has been talking for like a minute now, and maybe you should. African Wahala, please proceed again. Let's see whether or not you are audible to Shehu Ayilara.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but can Shehu Ayilara hear you?
Shehu, can you hear me?
He still can't hear you. Shehu Ayilara, please drop and come back. Maybe you should drop and come back.
Yeah.
Please proceed. The African Wahala.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, the Nigerian government during the era of Buhari, that was when that issue began. They score an absolute 0 in handling the management of secessionists. What they should have done is the 210 trillion naira that went missing. They should have prevented that from going missing. The money was looted by politicians and people that have that connection. Shehu Ayilara, can you hear me now?
Please proceed, the African Wahala.
Okay. I don't know if Shehu can hear me. Okay, he can. Okay. So what the Nigerian government should have done under Buhari's administration is they should have prevented 210 trillion naira from being looted. And we all know, like yesterday, one of our comrades said that if 210 trillion is what they reported in their audits, that means we can easily triple that number. So for me, I'm going to triple that number and say that 630 trillion naira has been stolen from the NNPC. That's 630 trillion naira. And people can say, but you're just speculating, you have no evidence. We have no evidence of anything about this country. These guys are playing us. They are taking us for jokes. We have no evidence for nothing. So this is my way of expressing my Nigerian experience. If Nigeria tells me that 210 trillion was missing, I will quadruple that number because they are liars. So I can easily assume that 700 trillion was missing. Now, out of that 700 that was missing, if they had just prevented 10% of that from going missing and they invested it into developing the lives of the people, people are agitating that we are tired of this country. This country is unfair to us. We want out. The reason is simple. They feel like they are suffering, and it's true, they are suffering. We are all suffering. It's not just them. Every one of us is suffering. They feel like they are being marginalized because they have one of the major ethnic blocs in the country. And it's true, they are marginalized because after the Civil War in 1971, Nigeria has an unwritten rule to sideline the Igbos from getting to the upper echelon in the political space. It's the truth. These are the actual facts. So they feel sidelined, but that doesn't mean that if one of them gets to the upper echelon, anything is going to change. Because when Buhari got to the upper echelon, became the president, the Fulanis suffered more. Now that Tinubu is the president, we the Yorubas, we are suffering more. So I can easily project that if an Igbo man becomes the president, Igbos are still going to suffer. We're all still going to suffer, except we have a revolutionary pathway or an ideological group that gets to the upper echelon of the political space. So what they should have done is that missing money from the NNPC, let's say they were able to prevent 100 trillion from going missing. They should have invested that 100 trillion in educating the people. People are agitating that they are sick and tired because of their economic reasons. It's easy to sell it to them. It's easy to sell it to people that are impoverished, that let's get out of this country. This country is not working for us. It's easy. If people have jobs, if people have what they are doing every day, they have a decent standard of living, it's harder to sell that idea to them. But because you have impoverished the people, it's now easier for them to be receptive to that idea. So that money that was stolen by the NNPC, they should have invested that money back into the people instead of using that money to buy private jets, build mansions in Dubai, build mansions all over the place, all over the world, send their children to universities in the UK, in America. Instead of doing that, they should have invested that money back into the lives of the Nigerians, and fewer people would have been agitated or in support of that idea. That is what they should have done. So I give them an absolute failure in managing it. And guess what? Charles Soludo, within the absolute failure that has occurred from the federal level, the state level led by Charles Soludo, he is going to make it very worse for himself because the people are already agitated about the federal management of their succession idea. Now you, the state government, you are making it worse. You started with, you guys have to stop protesting. You guys, I command you to stop protesting. I command you. If you don't stop protesting, I'll come and destroy your property. You that you did not even provide property for them. You are threatening them that you're going to come and destroy their property if they don't stop protesting. Protesting in the most non-kinetic approach, simply by sitting down at home. They are not being violent in any way. They are using an approach that is intelligent. To not go out there to physically protest because they know that you savages are going to send police and soldiers to kill them if they go to the streets. So they decided to sit down at home. That is even bugging you because it's working. The sit down at home is working. Now you're telling them that you're going to break their shops if they don't go back to their shops. Now they are agitating. They've taken it to the street. It's no longer sit at home. It's now a physical protest. They are blocking the highway. They've blocked Asaba Road. Now, after that happens, Soludo is going to call the federal level. Please send soldiers. Let the soldiers come and disperse these protesters that are blocking the highway because it's going to impede economic activities. So you are only making it worse. So these guys, they claim to be intelligent. They claim to be older and they have life experience, so they know how to manage things. They claim to be professors. But at the end of the day, I bet you that this little submission that I just gave in the last 5 minutes, if they implemented half of this, all of this would have been better managed. And I'm a nobody. I'm just someone that has studied them for so long, and they've become easily predictable to me. I know what their next move is for the most part because they are predictable, because they've been doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. The same way that we, the oppressed, have mostly been doing the same thing over and over again and expecting the same result. And that's why I have to salute the people of the Southeast for that sit at home because it's a different approach. It's not them doing the same thing over and over again to an extent. To an extent, they are no longer falling for the okie dokie played by these corrupt politicians. Now they are using sit at home, but now the politicians want to snatch that away from them. And it's going to make it worse. So they have an absolute failure. They have an absolute F in managing the successionist approach in the Southeast. Now, in the Southwest, the approach did not really fly for too long. If Tinubu did not win the elections, if Atiku, someone from the North, won the last presidential elections, I bet you that successionist ideology would have spread way farther in the Southwest region. Igboho would have been, it would have still been on the run. There would have been many more groups or individuals springing up in different parts of the Southwest wanting that same ideology. And I can't blame them because if you put people in so much suffering perpetually and they become hopeless, then such ideology will thrive. But unfortunately, we are in a society where we are led by people that are not intelligent, or rather, they are intelligent. Some of them are intelligent, but they intentionally refuse to do the right thing because they want us to remain controlled. And if we were controlled and it was beneficial for us, maybe we wouldn't mind. But you want us controlled and it's detrimental against our lives, our health, our family, then we are not going to agree. So there is always going to be pushback, no matter how much these guys continue to mismanage, no matter how docile they believe we are. People are still going to push back because 100% of the people cannot be docile at all times. It's only a fraction of the people that will be docile. Even if it's 90% of the population that is docile, that's 10% that is not docile. They will push back and they will influence the 90%. And that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, the African Wahala. Wow, that was quite insightful. And of course, many people would say you are too harsh on the authorities. They would most likely say what your suggestions are. That they are quite utopian. It's just rhetoric without reality. That will be the reaction of many people. But well, maybe perhaps this is the solution, or perhaps this will have been the best way to approach this situation. It is very, very important that we approach this matter quite intelligently, and so far so good. Many very brilliant minds like the African Wahala would say the system has not approached this issue well enough, or perhaps in the most intelligent way. It has been a crybaby kind of way, a tantrum kind of approach. And you don't approach very sensitive matters like this using tantrum or perhaps throwing tantrum. I would destroy your business if you do not do what I want. If you decide to continue to agitate, if you decide to continue to boycott, we would I would level everything down with caterpillar and bulldozer. And as Shimahilara has said, it seems as though we are dealing with destroyers, not builders. Because if you look at it very well, they have destroyed more than they have built. If you look at it even in recent time, there have been demolition upon demolition, destruction upon destruction, and you now be wondering, are these builders or destroyers? Are we dealing with those that want to de-escalate tension, or perhaps those that want to escalate tensions. All right. And of course, that is why many people would say, well, you are quite fair to give them that mark, that unless we want to be hypocritical. All right. If we do not want to be hypocritical, if indeed we want to actually be as honest as possible, many intellectual minds would say this is not the best way to approach matters like this. And of course, we have over 200, oh no, at least 136 of us across all platforms. We are streaming, ladies and gentlemen, on YouTube, Civic Space channel, and of course, we are also streaming live and on Liberation Chats. All right. If you love liberation content like this, or perhaps you are also very much, an advocate of intellectual conversation like this, not just beer parlor talk. No be say we no sabi how to do beer parlor talk. No be say we no sabi how to, whip out data from our behinds. No. But because we indeed want to set the record straight and we want to dish out wholesome content, we want to dish out wholesome and verifiable information. And we want to expose the system. All right. We want to expose or open the eye of our listeners. Because by and large, many people would argue that the Nigerian minds, by and large, have not been critical enough. Because being critical enough, we know that we mean that you are more selective, we are more picky with those that you want to make become your leader, or perhaps become your next administrator in terms of governorship, to presidency, to chairman, or perhaps even the local government councillor. But are we really picky enough? And many people will also say that, well, the people are reaping the reward of what they have allowed. That because people have basically voted for these people. Soludo, in the last election of just few months ago, actually, got the support of over 400,000 of the Anambra people. He got their support loud and clear. All right. And you now begin to wonder, all right, is this what they have voted for? Is it that Soludo is acting out of character, or this has always been his character? I've got a neighbor who is from the southeast, and he was telling me today that, well, this is acting out of character, that Soludo was a nice man. He was a nice man to the core. That basically, why is it that whenever these people get into government, they always change their character? I'm telling you a real life story, but I am not making this up. This is true. This is true and true. And of course, with the kind of neighborhood that I live in, whatever I'm saying is most likely even hearing what I'm saying now, because the rooms are very much closely, together. It's not a far apart situation. He's most likely tuning in and listening to what I'm saying right now. So I'm not basically misrepresenting what he's saying. He said Soludo is a nice man, that he's a very intellectual man. Why? Because we were just joking in the neighborhood, in the face me, I face you situation, when you just joke that your governor don't close Onitsha market for 1 week. Oh. That kind, normal, casual conversation. I just said it that your governor don't close down Onitsha market, because they decide to, engage in sit at home. And it was like, well, he heard the news that it's absolute disappointment. It's a disgrace that someone whom he believes is a very gentle man to the core, is a very nice man, will engage in that kind of wickedness. Because his wickedness, people talk, say they are going to inconvenience themselves in solidarity with an agitation that they stand in solidarity for. They are going to not make money for the whole day, among one day in the week. You also now want to compound their suffering. You want to add insult to their injury. That is wickedness. That is what many people will call wickedness. But in fact, I understand that many people will not call it wickedness because, in fact, many Nigerians are indeed wicked themselves. Let's face it. Because it will take wickedness for you to open your eyes and knowing the level of and many people have been complaining about Soludo himself in the past few years of his administration that he has not really performed excellently well. Right? Show me a government treated water facility in Anambra State. And this is me talking on behalf in the voice of the Avod Lumumba, one of our very popular revolutionary speaker. Show us a government treated pipe bomb water that actually, channels water to every household where they can turn their tap from their kitchen or perhaps from anywhere in their house, and they are able to have access to drinkable pipe bomb water supplied by the government at a very reasonable amount of money. It's not even about giving it free. We're not even talking about free. When in actual fact, it should be free. Water is life. And as a government, if we are saying that the security parties and the welfare of the people shall remain the primary objective of the government, if that is what we are saying, then what are we talking about? Water should be free. But let's even imagine that you are saying you want to even monetize it. You want to start making revenue, and you can imagine how much money the government can make from that, even if each household in Anambra is paying a decent amount of money, as little as, let's say, 500 naira per month. Times it by the number of houses in Anambra State and see the amount of money that the government will be raking into the government purse every month. And that is reasonable. You have access to water 24/7. You have access to water if you are paying that 500 naira flat fee. You have access to water, drinkable water. You don't have to worry about buying sachet water. You don't have to worry about buying bottled water. And you don't even have to worry about going to fetch water from a far distant location. And that is the reality of many Anambarians. You'll be surprised that many Anambarians are still going to the stream to fetch water in 2026. And this is not me making it up. Even in my village in Oyo State, it's the same thing. In Lagos, there are many Lagosians that are still fetching water from the well. In 2026, this is the center of excellence. So this is not as though I'm trying to cover up in fact, in some southwest states, some communities don't even have water at all. That whenever there's a particular season in fact, all seasons, but just that it varies. In some particular season, they have a spring they have already devised a particular place where there's spring water. So it is from that spring water that the community will go and this thing is recorded, it's on video. I saw it on Facebook, and it's been I think last year or so. I would dig for that video. The particular community I'm talking about is in Ilorin. And this is a community where whenever there's election, they will bring ballot box. According to the elders of the community, they will bring ballot box to the community, and they will always promise them. They have now turned their tragedy to something that they are using against them to get their votes. And they still not solve it because they want to use that same promise in the coming year. That is how radically wicked that the authorities in Nigeria has become. And this is not just us blowing things out of proportion. It is what it is. It is the truth. So you now have that kind of situation. Either the welfare of his people, or perhaps some of these things can even get the government of revenue. I'm giving an example of water. How many households do you think we have in the Anambra State? Times is 500 naira. And many Anambra people, judging by the kind of stress that they go through and the kind of expense that they spend on water every month, they will be more than willing to pay 500 naira. And imagine how much government can make from it by just providing a facility that is just within the realms of just few $1 million. just a one-time investment. And if you just locate it strategically across local governments, I think about 20 local governments in Anambra State have facilities across every local government, and have it, make it synchronize everything together such that they supply water to all households. And you can imagine the amount of workforce that for you to even make it work within the shortest period of time, you can employ not less than 10,000 plumbers across the country. Anambra State will suddenly become the hub of artisans and construction workers. I imagine what that will mean. Provision of job, even for the locals. That particular project, water project, can provide employment for thousands of artisans, from the plumbers to laborers to bricklayers to anybody within that ecosystem. And of course, many people will also argue that, well, there will be little or no, agitation if perhaps the government is doing their job. Let's just paint a particular scenario where Anambra has 24-hour power supply. All right, let's look at a case whereby Anambra State are enjoying 24-hour power supply, and they have access to water, and they are paying a reasonable amount of money. That is, the power is reasonably affordable. They don't have to break their pocket to have access to power. Let's do some level of imaginative work here together. Let's imagine that an Anambra State has 24-hour supply of power. All right, and of course they have to do that in a very they are having access to that at a very nice rate, very nice affordable rate in comparison with the purchasing power or perhaps their earning rate. Let's imagine that they have access to water. Let's also imagine that they have access to good road, that is, to go from point A to B. They don't have to really worry much about the terrible nature of the road. All right, and they can do business. They can actually move things to, and in this world whereby logistic is gold, that is, people will want to place order online from food to commodities and even services. Right, and the road is in good order. Let's imagine that Anambra State has very fantastic security system. That is, nobody have to worry that while they are trying to move on the road, some charlatans will just cross their way and basically harm them in any way, shape, or form. Let's imagine that there's 24/7, security provision for everybody. All right, and nobody have to worry. There's CCTV cameras everywhere. That crime is almost, you cannot get away with crime. And with the mindset, if people have the mindset that they cannot get away with crime, that is enough deterrence for crime. If you look at some of the areas or perhaps places where there's little or no crime, it is as a result of the fact that they are conscious. They know, say, eyes are looking at them. They know for their minds that they cannot get away with it. That is the reason why, if you go and make research about countries where there's little or no crime, it is because the people living in that particular society, they are aware that all right, they are aware that they cannot get away with crime. So let's imagine that in Anambra there's 24/7 security, and of course there's CCTV surveillance across board. Let's also imagine that, well, the government is also very much concerned about the welfare of the people.
So I'm going to fill in before Liberation Chat returns, and I'm going to try to paint the scenario. But Shewa Ilara, you can maybe fill in if you if you want to.
No, please, comrade, please go ahead. Go ahead, continue. I was just
Yeah.
wondering what
So
happened.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, I think he lost connection. So we are the ones hosting the show now. So I think that if there was law and order, but before there can be law and order, the people that are responsible for managing the society, they need to do the right thing. They need to stop, first and foremost, stealing. If they can stop stealing, that would leave more money to manage the society. But what makes it worse is if they continue stealing and then flexing the money in our face simply because they want to be celebrities. Let's be honest with ourselves. All these our so-called politicians that many people call daddy. Oh, he's our leader. That's what they call them. They look up to low-level celebrities. And that's why the first thing they do is they buy expensive things that they can flaunt with. They buy expensive vehicles that they would have to drive on horrible roads. But assuming the money they stole was used in repairing those roads, what would happen is there would be an easy facilitation of economic activities because people will be able to move easier. It'll be easier to commute, to transport goods, to transport people, and it will have a positive impact on the economy. And in fact, it will create an environment where entrepreneurship can thrive because more people would have the infrastructure to develop their ideas. But these guys have been so reckless for so long, so much so that we still don't have electricity in 2026. Assuming we had electricity, comrade, you're back. I just wanted to fill in before
Yes.
you came back. I
Yeah,
realized you had a
I
network issue, and I
appreciate that. Yeah, yes, indeed. I lost connection, and I was even trying to figure out. What I did was to reload the page. I reloaded the page, and then it brought me back up again. I basically lost connection completely. And of course, you were saying
yeah.
something. Please land on your point, then I'll take it up from there. Please proceed, sir. Proceed.
Yeah. So I was just saying, if these guys were, I was giving examples of how they could, because right now we have to play the role of the leaders, we have to play the role of the elders. We, the ones that are the victims, we've been so angry for so long. To be honest, if you give me personally, if you give me the opportunity to have one-on-one with some of these politicians, I won't do them good. I won't do what is good to them. To be honest, I'm just being honest. If I have a one-on-one opportunity with many of these guys, because of how much anger that I have, it wouldn't be a nice encounter. But at the same time, we've come full circle and I now have to start advising them. And I know deep down from the bottom of my heart that they are never going to listen to the advice because these people are irredeemable. It's not even about these people. The system that they are in is irredeemable. The only way that it's redeemable is if it's completely overhauled. That's why your neighbor was saying that Soludo used to be a good man until he got into government. That's how it's going to be for an average person that is not ideologically sound. If they get into that position, they would have to conform into what everybody else is doing. So they become evil once they get into the position. Bottom line is what these guys should have done is to stop stealing the money, use the money to develop the people and the environment. And thank you so much to Sheung Ayilara for always giving us that educational piece on the importance of developing the people first. If you develop the people, then develop the infrastructure, these people would start replicating success by themselves. Entrepreneurship would spring out from everywhere. People are not going to be waiting with their resume looking for jobs if they have 24 hours electricity and 24 hours running water and they had roads. If they had just those three things that was accessible to 50% of the population, electricity, water supply, and good transportation, trust me, millions and millions of Nigerians would have developed their own entrepreneurial spirit. They will be self-employed. They would have employed other people, and it would have reduced the dependence on government to provide jobs. But because these guys that are in power, they are irredeemable, they won't do it. But we are still going to talk about it regardless. And that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. And how unfortunate um, is it that we are looking at an irredeemable authority figures situation? And of course, what I was saying indeed was basically about we making a wild imagination that if all of these things are in place, all right, if we have a 24/7 power supply, road intact, elders are taking care of the poor, are not really so poor that they have to basically beg for food, or perhaps we are looking at this, but everything is in order. Are we going to have an agitation situation where people will still be agitating to secede? All right, that is what I'm trying to even paint. That if everything is in order, are we going to have people agitating? And of course, in terms of managing agitation, of course, managing crisis, can we say they have done a good job in this regard? And of course, we have been able to prove beyond every reasonable doubt that these set of rulers, they are not the sort that our people should pay attention to, in my view, or perhaps in the view of many Nigerians. I'm not the only one holding this opinion that we have a very failed leadership system, or perhaps a political hegemony that has failed totally. All right, totally. And this is not we blackmailing here. There's empirical, of course, based on the submission that we have made, you can you can make your deductions, or perhaps conclusion that these guys should have done better. All right. So, do you disagree with what we are saying? Please make use of the comment section. I understand that now we can have comments from both end, from both X and YouTube. And of course, I can see many comments coming already, but they are just comments that are, basically giving us a pat on the back, and we appreciate that. Thank you so very much. And of course, we want to start implementing in part of our segments the activities of revolutionary movements that are basically doing the Lord's work, or people's work, basically the work of justice, the kind of justice that would prevent this kind of tension in the nation. All right, the tension that is necessary, because when you look at it very carefully, and we have been able to prove it beyond every reasonable doubt here, that a lot of the tension that have built up to the degree whereby it now leads to boycotting, or perhaps armed struggle, or people trying to be given the state problem. Because let's face it, it's because Soludo figured out that this is a problem for my government. I cannot just continue to have a situation whereby people don't come to sell their goods on Mondays. It's costing me billions of naira every day that they decide to boycott. And instead of him to say, well, this should be a wake-up call for me, let me look at how I can right the wrong and solve this issue at the fundamental level. But he's saying, no, I am not going to take that out. That route is a very long journey. I am going to basically cut the chase and threaten the marketers, and threaten the market and close down the markets, and threaten them that each time they decide to boycott, I double down again. Or perhaps if they remain adamant, I clear the market with bulldozer. All right, but there are organizations that are there that are really addressing the people's problem from the fundamental. And of course, we would want to showcase some of their activities in recent time. All right. 1.6 million naira recovery. I would like to read something to the members of the public. This is an intervention by the Take It Back movement. You must have heard about Take It Back movement. If you don't know Take It Back movement, you must have heard about Shure. This is Shure's, one of Shure's organization, the non-partisan part of the Shure organization. There's a partisan part, there's a non-partisan part. And Take It Back movement is the non-partisan, part of the organization of Shore. And of course, the AAC, the African Action Congress, is the non-partisan angle of Shore's organization, including a media platform also, Sarah Reporters, all right, that he also established that is actually non-partisan also. So, and of course, we need such non-partisan contribution in our collective project in Nigeria. Otherwise, tension go dey build. There will be tension everywhere. Everywhere you go to, it will be tension and escalation. And of course, if Shore can put up Shore and his comrades can put up such a fantastic organization in Take It Back movement, then this is quite commendable. All right, let's read one of their recent engagements. All right, 1.6 million naira recovery. Let me read a back end story to that. On Friday, 23rd of January 2026, I helped a victim recover 1.6 million naira in Sapele Delta State. The victim paid the sum of 1.6 million to someone in order to connect to line 3 or line 33, a dedicated line with more stable power supply. I believe you are going with me. All right. Please stay with me as we go on with this you know, intervention by the Take It Back movement. This money was just to gain access to the transformer alone. All right. He further spent about 2 million for wiring, electrical poles, etc. Less than 2 months after connecting, the transformer developed a fault, and the victim was asked to contribute to its repair, to which he refused because no such agreement was made prior to connection. The case was reported to the police, and the victim asked the accused to refund his 1.6 million paid, but the accused refused and was backed by some officers who claimed the DPO was insisted on no refund. As the Take It Back coordinator for Delta State, I called the DPO and explained to him, and he denied taking such position, then requested for the victim and within a few hours asked his money be refunded to him. This was done immediately by the accused. This entire case also highlights the level of failure of the Nigerian power sector, where national grid collapses every other day as a result of national greed. And individuals pay millions in order to get 12 to 18 hours of power supply, which is still not a guarantee they will get it. We need to, as a people, make the government provide constant, affordable, and accessible power supply. Village Headmaster, Take It Back Coordinator, Delta State. This is one of the interventions of the Take It Back movement, and under the leadership of Village Headmaster, Take It Back Coordinator, Delta State. And of course, we can see the impact of this, all right? Because now like this, wahala they start. Now like this, wahala they start. And of course, this wahala that is actually brewing, that is coming up from left, right, and center should have been avoided for the most part. Imagine if Nigeria had stable power supply. Imagine if the power sector or perhaps the distribution company were serving everybody, the same way, no preferential treatment. But you can see obviously that this is a case of preferential treatment, and of course, it don't result to wahala. Where we say it don't result to police case, and by like play, and like this community they take scatter. But you can see the swift intervention of the Take It Back movement in this manner. And talking about de-escalation, all right? De-escalation is very, very important. We de-escalate, we learn to de-escalate. And of course, this is the exact thing that the Take It Back movement have done to de-escalate situation. And I've read to you, of a situation whereby between, a Nigerian and an ordinary citizen and the police force. The police force want to. I don't know why Gentle Cargo would decide to call me on live program like this. I don't know why. Really. Gentle Cargo, maybe perhaps you have a very important information. You're already here with us, all right, in the studio, or perhaps you've dropped. All right. So yeah, let's continue this conversation. And of course, I am more than willing to read messages. Please, to as many as those that have my contact, please contact me via message through chats. Please do not call me, please. It would really destabilize me or perhaps even mess with the network. Please, please, let's learn to use that route. And of course, I'll be more than willing to read in real time as the message drops. Thank you so much for your understanding in this regard. So we have been talking about de-escalation, all right? And if you look at your screen, we have been talking about the Onitsha market shutdown. The Onitsha market shut down. Protesters block Onitsha Asaba Expressway, and we understand that well. I think that is no longer the situation. I think the tension is reducing for the most part, but well, this shouldn't have happened in the first place. And if you consider the level of economic impact of even blocking this road for 5 to 10 minutes, the economic impact is huge. All right. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. And of course, if you have a comment or two to make on these issues, such as this, this is a very important subject matter. Let's face it. And of course, you can see what is responsible for the tension in the polity in Nigeria. By and large, the system has refused to basically deal with issues at the fundamental level to de-escalate. Let's read a second report. All right. Let's read a second report. All right. Yeah, I can get a report here. All right. I received a distress call on Monday because this is essentially the people's media. So do not be surprised when they send their personal stories of how they have been able to de-escalate. Of course, giving the flowers to the Take It Back movement, Take It Back organization. And of course, if you're a Nigerian and you have not still associated yourself with Take It Back movement, now yourself, you they do. I can't say more than that. All right. So I received a distress call on Monday evening, while I was leaving Amule Cemetery in Ayobo, where I had gone to bury the younger sister of the Take It Back coordinator, Sonia Olujunwon. The caller informed me that some police officers had accosted two young men in their vehicle and forcefully drove them to Area J Command, Ibejuleki, Lagos. The officers demanded the vehicle documents, which the owner promptly provided. After thorough checks, nothing incriminating was found in them. Despite this, the police officers extorted the sum of money of 250,000 from the victims after requesting for 5 million naira without any lawful justification. I was further briefed that another individual was also arrested and extorted the sum of 600,000 naira, although the identity of this victim is currently unknown. Upon receiving this information, I immediately contacted the area command of Area J Command, CPC Ojo Oluyemisi Olutorumbo, to intervene, identify the officers involved, and facilitate a refund. Shockingly, she hung up on me even while I was explaining the situation. When I requested that the victim be allowed to reach out to her directly, she insisted that I should not give the victim her phone number and ended the call. I sent her a message on WhatsApp questioning why she hung up on me. She replied that she was not in a serene environment to speak. I explained that my intention was to resolve the issue discreetly without involving the media. Her response was disturbing. She stated that if the media would solve it, then I should go ahead. Subsequently, she requested that the victim come to her office, which the victim did. I also contacted the Lagos State Police Compliance Response Unit, who asked the victim to formally reach out. After doing so, the victim was referred to the station officer at Area J Command, who was also requested that the victim visit his office. According to the victim, the SO initially frustrated by asking him to personally go around the command to identify officers involved, despite the fact that the victim had clearly shown him the exact office where the extortion occurred. This conduct clearly suggests that both the station officer and the area commander were aware of the officers involved, but deliberately chose to shield them. The victim became understandably frustrated. How can a victim be expected to search for officers who extorted him when the command already knows the officers on duty at the time of the incident? After I escalated the matter again to the PCRU, they contacted the station officer. Eventually, the officers involved were identified, and the victim positively identified them. However, instead of refunding the money, the police introduced a new and absurd excuse. The victim was told to leave and return with the vehicle owner to the so the police could question him on how he bought his vehicle, whether it was paid for in full or by installment. This is laughable and unacceptable. At what point does the Nigerian police interrogate citizens on how they purchase their vehicles after valid ownership documents have been provided? The vehicle was not reported stolen. There was no petition against the owner. It was not under any form of investigation. If every required document was presented, why then should the police question how he acquired his vehicle? This is nothing short of daylight robbery, and the command is clearly attempting to protect corrupt officials in uniform. Ironically, these are the same officers who arrest armed criminals and release them after collecting bribes, not to mention innocent citizens who committed no offense whatsoever. The victim have visited Area J Command twice, wasting his time, money, and energy, yet no refund has been made. Instead, the police continue to justify the criminal action of their officers. This behavior actively encourages silence in the face of injustice. If cases like these are left unattended, more victims will be discouraged from speaking up or seeking justice, thereby promoting impunity within the police force. This incident is a grave assault on human rights and democratic accountability in Nigeria. The area command of Area J Command must be questioned and held accountable for aiding and covering up extortion within the Nigerian police force. This is indeed one of the interventions of the Take It Back movement in Lagos and, of course, in Delta State. And you can see clearly that there's a systemic problem that we are dealing with here. This is a systemic error. And to the over 152 people watching us in this broadcast today, you can clearly see the rotten system across board, both within the system of police force and even the administrative end, the governors, the executives, the parliament, and even the judiciary. You can see the rot through and through across board. All right, you now begin to ask, all right, what are we talking about exactly? We are talking about how we have gone from bad to worst in Nigeria. And of course, how, when people agitate, they agitate for a reason. So when this particular individual that has been extorted or perhaps his vehicle even grounded now, don't mind you, they were even going or perhaps carrying out something that is actually a moment of grief. They lost a family member and you now have a system that should console them, adding insult to their injury by not only extorting from them, by denying it, and even the authorities of the force trying to cover up. This is a sad situation, and of course, we must indeed, as a people, resist this kind of injustice. And of course, we clap and of course salute the intervention of the Take It Back movement in this regard. And of course, that is why we issues. And of course, we have Gentle Cargo in the studio with us here. And of course, we are going to pass the mic to him immediately since we are done with all the news report. And of course, you can also reach out to us. All right. This is not about just the Take It Back movement. Oh, is my audio really gone? Can my speakers hear me? The African Wahala, Gentle Cargo, am I still audible to you?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, okay, okay. Please, someone is saying my audio is off or not. I'm not connecting again. So let's pass the mic to Gentle Cargo. Gentle Cargo, it's nice to have you, and thank you so much for the information you supplied behind the curtain. Thank you so much. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Liberation Chat, Civic Space,
Thank you so much.
Movement Radio. Um, it's an honor to be here again. Um, Good evening, comrade, the African Wala. Thanks for holding it down. It is so sad. It is so sad the kind of level that we have found ourselves in the country. It is very terrible now. It has gone from bad to
Mm,
worse. It is
mm,
very, very terrible now,
mm,
to the extent that comrades, Nigerian people that has been displaced from their residence, they went on to protest to register their grievances today in Lagos in front of the National Assembly, and they were tear gassed. Some were shot, some were tear gassed, unable to breathe well, and every other thing. It is now a crime. It is now officially a crime to ask for justice in the nation under the APC government. It is more like we're exercising or we're experiencing a military regime in the nation. And well, we conscious ones are not deterred, we are not relenting. We'll continue to resist. We'll continue to organize ourselves to expand our resistance so that the government knows that the Nigerian people are not stupid. The Nigerian people are just a little bit repulsive. They are a little bit slow. But when they get it right to wake up fully, we are going to engage and we would not stop. Thank you very much, Liberation Chat Civic Space. I will not be able to talk much because I've been going from TikTok live to TikTok live to evangelize, if that's the correct word. I've been going to for evangelism here and there, and I'm a little bit tired now. If you can hear from my voice, thank you very much. I just wanted to just be here in the studio to encourage you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much, Gentle Cargo. It's been a nice time, having you, address our audience today. And of course, you are doing a good job. And of course, we have been involved in some, you know, um, work of justice. I'll put it that, going from TikTok live to TikTok, and of course you can see the intensification. And you can, when a system budgets 200 million naira for influencers and bloggers, what do we think is going to mean? It will mean more intensified propaganda up and down. And of course, it can be very hard to catch up with. All right. Catching up with all of this, propaganda. And it is the reason why civic space have also set out, to counter this, all this rhetoric or perhaps narrative. And of course, it's nice to meet someone today. Of course, we were able to convert one person to basically, be a member of the African Action Congress today. And of course, one by one, all right, now so we go the on board and grow the numbers of conscious Nigerians in Nigeria, right? And there's no doubt in our heart that our consistency would pay off eventually. As time goes on, we will get more consistent, we'll get more effective at what we do, and we'll do it in a more interesting fashion, such that it becomes a widely accepted idea that we need to resist a very dangerous system that has escalated the sufferings of the people, and of course escalating the suppression of people's rights. People's rights are being suppressed as we speak. Suppression. All right. How do you beat a baby and tell it how to cry? This is an abomination that shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't be beating a baby and be expecting the baby not to cry. Or you tell the baby how to cry. Don't cry this way, cry this way. And this is what has been happening. But today we discussed about Soludo, the solution. And of course, we also looked into the nitty-gritty of how the tension has grown from bad to worst, and how the system has not handled the matter well enough. And of course, the speaker that have they have had a very couple of interesting speakers who have picked up the microphone to discuss or perhaps enlighten us on certain perspective to this matter, from the perspective of incompetence to the perspective of de escalation to the perspective of the tribal, bias of the system by treating Sunday Igboho and granting him, freedom, and basically imprisoning, jailing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment, which has caused the escalation of the agitation. All right. Do you see what I did there? The escalation of the agitation. All right. So by and large, we have seen that the system. So we have highlighted all of these things, from incompetence of Soludo and his unjustified professorial title of not knowing how to de-escalate issue, and basically taking up a tyrant or tyrannic strategy, of this issue, because there are other ways of dealing with issues like this. There are indeed other ways of dealing with issues like this, apart from saying, well, I'm going to destroy and basically close your market or bring hunger to you, more hunger to you. There's already hunger, but I am prepared to bring more of the hunger to you. There's other strategic means and other wise means as a professor that he could have utilized. But obviously, he has chose not to utilize such means of engagement, and of course, ends the escalation that you have seen on the screen here. But and also we have also, look at the best case scenario, that this whole escalation should have been avoided in the first place. Yes, all of these things will have been avoided. Oh wow, sorry about that. Somebody is trying to get in. All right. So, so many people are like, well, this matter should have been avoided. Oh wow. I think it seems as though our link is not really connecting, or perhaps let me try and just give me some seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, because it's showing here also that something is loading. All right. Let me see if I can reload, things will become better. All right. s- this is another problem that you have to deal with in Nigeria. All right. It is a network issue that you have to battle. Wow. I think I am back now. Am I back? Oh wow. So sorry. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I have to just reload, or perhaps reboot the whole thing, and I just want to believe that I'm back now. Let me just do some confirmation from here. I think I am back. For your patience, everybody. Okay. I think I am back. It's all one of the things that we are busy as at the battle generator. I had the battle network is double battle. And this is the experience of an average Nigerian battling so many things. And you now begin to wonder, how long are we going to be in a battling situation? We are battling everything when we should not be here battling anything whatsoever, anything. So yeah, I was about to connect us with all right, with as we round things up, as we round things up, I want to really connect us with a discussion going on, and of course react to it as a bonus. All right, because we also want to listen to contrary voices, or perhaps let's take a listen talking about the politics in Nigeria. Political development in Nigeria, no be anybody, mate. And of course, we don't want to really assume that we don't want to have a echo chamber situation. That is why we want to take a listen to what many Nigerians are saying. And of course, we now begin to see the quality, whether or not Nigerians have a taste for quality, despite failed leaders coming and going. Do Nigerians really have a taste for good and great leadership? If we want to keep recycling politicians, then are we really a serious people? we are hoping to be challenged on this issue, but well, but before we are challenged, let's us take a listen to what others are saying on this issue first. Then we can form an opinion later. But let's take a listen. And I think it's not network that is doing me. I think I want to connect to a particular space
to
going
have
on.
a say.
Yeah.
I personally have tried to make sure that within my constituents, within my people across the country, wherever I go, I get people to, get their PVC, try to tell them about the ADC, what we are going to do different, and this is what we need to do. If it means that every single day, challenge yourself, get one person to get his PVC. You don't need to do much. Just around your area, if you move around, you'll be surprised that if you talk to people, you'll be meeting people that do not even have their PVC, or they will tell you that, oh, they have given up hope or the process. That is when you need to sell the ADC. Oh, this is what we are doing, and this is what we are going to do differently. Key in. If you don't, believe in the process, we are going to show you. Just watch the ADC they are making moves and all that, and that is why I'm very interested in the Orange Book coming out, because we need to make sure that the policies that the ADC is going to sell to Nigerians is so clear that the visible to the blind and audible to the deaf. So it is going to be, interesting 2026, but we all have to play a role. The party cannot do it alone. And don't underestimate the effort you can make. If you say, oh, I can only get 5 people, get those 5 people. It is something. And together, we are going to make the difference. I wish all of us will understand this simple fact that we are all important in the role that we have to play come 2027, because it is a battle for survival. Thank you.
A battle for survival.
Can I
And
speak now?
and many are saying that as we fight for our survival, many are saying that as we look into policies, we have to look into personalities. Yeah, the African Wala, you want to say something?
Um, You see, I respect that gentleman that just spoke. I respect his approach. At least he he genuinely believes that they have a route to resolving the Nigerian problem, and they are doing it the right way. So I respect it. It's just unfortunate that the ADC is made up of APC and PDP, and APC and PDP have destroyed Nigeria. So I don't understand what he means by he wants to educate people on what they plan for Nigeria again when they have completely destroyed Nigeria over the last 27 years. So that's my reaction to that.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much. And of course, that was what I was even about to say. That it seems as though um, many Nigerians, like some of us, we are not only particularly concerned about policies, because the gentleman was talking about policies. All right, we have been having policies. Tinubu has policy. He dedicated a whole show, a big event worth millions of naira in event planning to launch his renewed hope manifesto. He has a document, and of course, that document features everything that is he claimed to be doing now. So, what about personality? It seems as though we have a personality problem, and many will also make a case that some of our policies are fantastic on paper. That even some of them are even socialistic in approach, but by and large, it is the persons in charge that are basically making it, difficult. That is actually basically destroying the policies. All right. How do you explain a poverty alleviation policy, and a minister of poverty alleviation is basically embezzling the money that was supposed to be for poverty alleviation? How can you really explain that? And that is it, because ordinarily the issue of poverty alleviation is a very, very important, a very fantastic idea. All right, China also did it. China actually dedicated many things. All right. China also dedicated, um, many policies that is channeled or geared towards poverty alleviation. All right. But the difference between China and Nigeria is that they did not embezzle all of the funds and resources meant to basically alleviate or eradicate poverty. They actually channeled it to the people, and it gave them the result that they wanted. It gave them the result. All right. It gave them the result. But in Nigeria, those that should basically, you know, carry out the whole poverty alleviate, they are basically alleviating their own poverty. Eh? They are alleviating. Look at it. They are using a Christian music for this kind of gathering of establishment parasitic kleptomaniacs. Right? It's very, it's a shame. Can't is They were using a gospel music. It's
So,
crazy. The
so
kind
you
of
know,
quagmire in Nigeria. Please proceed.
so comrade, it's part of the ways that they gas themselves up, that they try to enforce a positive clouding over the situation. There is no way you should have these guys in any way associated to religion. But because religion is one of those tools that the Nigerian people use to just make themselves happy, then they have to include religion, religious music to a gathering of PDP and APC members. These are the same. We are not too young. Even babies know. We know this guy in glasses. That's Atiku Abubakar. He was the vice president under PDP. You know, this guy, who's I don't know who the other guy is. I can't see his face clearly. But you see, these are the same people that have been in power in this country in the last 27 years. And somehow, I'm actually surprised that people that are especially older, you're above 35, you have experience in life in Nigeria, you know the suffering, and you somehow gather yourselves to support these same people. It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing. They're going to tell you that, oh, it's because of OB, it's because of OB, but OB too is a failure. Let's be honest with ourselves. OB is a failure. He was a governor for 8 years. We just reacted to the Anambra main market. Are we going to pretend like when OB was the governor, Anambra main market looked like anything that was reasonable for human beings? But it is what it is. That's what Nigerians use to make themselves happy. We'll see how this plays out.
Absolutely. All right. We see how this plays out. And of course, big shout out to you, Kunta Kunte. You are the you It's nice to meet you today. Kunta Kunte is the great mind that I met on TikTok today. And of course, he has joined this live from the YouTube channel. He has been trying to come in through the restream link to join us in the studio here, but the link has not been going through. Perhaps he will try one more time because in Nigeria, one might need to start to actually do things repeatedly to have the kind of result that one would need. I have also been kicked out of the of the platform a few times. Even me, the host, being kicked out multiple times as a result of network. So please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, to the over 150 people tuned in to us right now on X, we please seek your indulgence in this regard. So it's very important we'll outline all of these things. And in ADC, is the difference between ADC and APC is six and half a dozen. Is there any difference between six and half a dozen? It's just a change of name. It's just a rhetoric. Whatever it is that they are telling us as policies, and because let's face it, this young person, this gentleman is talking about policies. I don't think we are going to have we don't really have a policy issue. There's so many policy documents in Nigeria that is fantastic on paper, but the implementation seems to be the issue. We are not able to implement policies in such a way that will meet the everyday demands of the ordinary people. Let's keep listening, and maybe let's take just few
Let people know, oh, this
sessions
is the
of
party,
these
this is the way.
reactions to
And a
what
lot of
Nigerians
people
are saying.
listen to it. And that is how we can also take it. We can, in our different villages, in our different places, you call your people. Oh yeah, organize yourself. Oh, this is what we are doing. In fact, I wish you were here. I know what you were doing in Edo State.
Hmm.
Even average that is here. Even those Santos. I mean, I've had conversation with us behind the scenes. What they are doing in Bayelsa. The, I mean, a whole lot of people. So let us form a team from this platform, from this, from this. Form a team at least via this platform. I myself alone, I have spoken to more than 50 people. When I hear you speak, I reach out to you. Are you in social place? Okay, okay. What are you doing? What is this? In fact, I got more information from people I reach out to. But there's a guy, Imo. I'm trying to get his name. I saw it earlier on this platform. He has done a lot for ADC in his own state that the state chairman has to introduce him to the national vice chairman Southeast on his own. So these are people we connect with. I mean, we can connect it so that we can take this God one step at a time. Social media is a good one. Nobody is downplaying it because if not for social media, I would have met a lot of people. But we can also take it to the classes. We need to educate budget space. Even as we're taking this message to the classes, the message of ADC to the classes, we should also take the message of PDC administrate their PVC. A lot of people have some PVC have been damaged. We have new Gen Zs in town now
Hmm.
that are hot. So these are people we need to also reach out to and invest because we need the numbers. Because one thing is clear. If the new electoral law is not passing through law, that means we come back to 2022 electoral law. And don't be surprised, vote will be returned where even if 10 people come and vote, they will return 100 votes. Booklet will go, we leave INEC, we leave RAS center and come back and put completed. The next thing you go to court will say go and bring witness when you get the witness. So we need the numbers, we need everybody. And that's why we keep saying, let us take the message of ADC. If everybody in your polling booth is doing ADC, nobody can come and read. If everybody in your polling booth
Wow.
is doing ADC,
That is
nobody will come to
so
your word
much
and read you
so
out.
much works of
So that's
organization
very,
going
very
on here,
important.
bro.
You read where you are popular, and you also need structure to resist rigging, and you also need structure to win.
Hmm.
So you need structure to resist
Interesting.
rigging, you need structure to win, and you need structure to defend your vote.
Hmm.
So, and these
Interesting.
structures are human beings, and that is why we need to take the message of ADC to the grassroots. The party is starting its congress from the polling booth now. So it is time for us. That's why.
Hmm. Taking the message of ADC to the grassroots. And of course, this is an ordinary Nigerian, supposedly. All right. Let's even assume that this is not a paid gig. This is a volunteer, concerned citizen. All right. Who is just, concerned about the situation of things in Nigeria and wants to change it. All right. But you now begin to wonder, is basically talking about, mobilizing people. All right. To mobilize people for ADC. And who are the people in ADC? Mobilize people for what? For what purpose? To produce what result? Very, very important. We were on this same space when someone was saying, we are mobilizing for Soludo. Soludo, you cannot compare Soludo and a woman. How can you say you want to present a woman in AAC? You are mobilizing for him. But look at what the mobilization has resulted in. All right, you have mobilized for Soludo to basically, carry out the tyrant in him, to bring out the tyrant that is in him. All right, and you can see the result today. So That is why some people are afraid that this current mobilization effort going towards ADC seem to be be actually sandwiched with so much fears that are we not going to have a Soludo situation, or perhaps an heightened tension in the polity. I can see you, the African Wala. Please proceed. Um, I think you want to say something about this current junction that we have right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you see, these people, um, they are campaigning in the best way they know how to campaign for the routes that they believe in. It's just unfortunate that they are going through the wrong routes. Now, I'm not the smartest person in the room, but there is no way that the previous clip that you showed of ADC and their convention, where I was talking about Atiku Abubakar, you see that guy with the orange scarf on his neck? That's Aregbeshola. This guy is an APC member. Aregbeshola is now wearing the mask of ADC. Now, Aregbeshola was once a governor. He was also a stooge of Tinubu. So him and Tinubu had an issue. Then he left APC and went to ADC. But while he was the governor, he bankrupted Osun State, and Osun State became bankrupt. Zero money in their bank accounts. I believe they had about 1,000 naira. And I'm not exaggerating. You can go and do your research. So for the people to now gather themselves behind these same individuals, it's mind blowing. And they're going to tell you that, oh, it's because of Obi, is Obi. So do you really think that if the ADC wins, let's assume Obi is the presidential candidate and they win, Obi becomes the president. Who are the people that are going to make up the government? Is it not going to be the same Aregbeshola? Is it not going to be the same? All these obese, you can tell they are not even disciplined people. Look at that guy standing behind him. I don't know who he is, but the guy is obese. He is not a disciplined man. It's this indisciplined people that you want to be in charge of your life. People that they look like they just want to eat food. They just want to be eating and eat. They look greedy. They physically look greedy. So you want these greedy people to be in charge of your life, even in combination with the fact that they have
That
destroyed
that is
Nigeria.
Dele Momodu. Anyway, that is Dele Momodu.
Oh, this is Dele Momodu. But how can these kind of people be the ones that you're putting your support behind? The same people that have bankrupted
Ovation
states.
newspaper. Mm.
It's mind blowing, my brother. These are going to be your governments. Just so you know, ADC supporters, because of Obi that you're following ADC, these individuals are going to be your new government. Aregbeshola is probably going to be the Minister of Defense. And I rest my mic.
Thank you so very much for that analysis. The African Wahala, and as you've rightly said, most likely, the common man in the streets, they want to mobilize the vulnerable people for these people. They want to mobilize the vulnerable people in the streets. You can see that young gentleman saying that he wants to mobilize people in his village, and of course, these are the people that we are going to come across. Of course, you think the grassroots is just made of the very same people that are coming on the internet. They are the ones that are facilitating the docility in the grassroots. They are the ones. They are the ones mobilizing people. They are the ones that will go and tell their mothers that another opportunity don't show. Now the people will go vote for this one. These ones don't collect money from these people. Collect money from these ones. Let's try something else. But these ones too, they are willing to offer you money. Do not be from fry pan to fire situation. So when the revolutionaries are coming to people that let's reject money from these politicians, why do you want to keep exchanging your suffering and pretending that these are the same people? You reject their money, even if it's to go hungry by just one day. And no matter how much they are going to give you, is not going to make up for 4 years of suffering or perhaps even 8 years of suffering. When revolutionaries tell them this, they say this is being utopian, that in politics you spend money, and in the Nigerian context, you have to bribe people to vote for you unless you're not serious. if you are being serious in the Nigerian context, if you are not even rich, don't even bother about contesting, because if you have to look at the form, these ADC people now, they will not sell their form lower than 50 million. Lower. No, it will not be less than 50 million naira for nomination form. And of course, APC, we are already hearing that is the same 100 million that they're going to put it out. But let's face it, should we actually be surprised when greedy people, are in their affairs, our affairs basically, they are the ones controlling, they are the ones in charge. They are the ones in charge of the finances. They are the ones in charge of the policy and power. They can utter one word and it becomes order. If Soludo opens his mouth and says, go and level Onitsha market, that is what will stand, because his words become order. And that is exactly what the people of Anambra State has bought on themselves, because they had option. In fact, I understand that the revolutionaries ensured that the Anambra people had option. And they did it despite spending their sweat and blood. I personally know the level of support that Shoma Ifemeludike, the governorship candidate of the African Action Congress, had. The kind of support that they actually give that candidacy, so that at least there is representation. No be say you go see ballot paper and you only see APC and PDP and ADC there. You have an option, and there's even strategic option to even not make sure that the party is not too far. AAC is just number 3 on the ballot. So it's not as though you even have to stress yourself to start looking for it. But yet people still decide, 400,000 people plus still decided to go for Soludo. And months later, they are now complaining that he's a tyrant. What do you expect, really? So if ADC emerge as the next mafia in town, what if they now begin to display their greed? If they now begin to replicate the same ideology or perhaps the same pattern of government, like the APC people, you now begin to see people making statements such as, we thought these people want to come and bring change. We thought these people are coming, they are agents of change. They want to come and solve all of the problems that APC has created. We thought they are coming to come and mop up the mess. Why are they behaving like this after we have voted for them? Why are they demolishing our properties? Why are they bringing hunger and starvation to us? And you now begin to wonder, where did they put their thinking cap before supporting massively, or perhaps selling their vote for the most greedy politicians in town in the bid
See,
to
my
remove
comrade.
current wicked ones? Please proceed, the African Wala.
So it's like God is trying to help them, because when Obi presented himself on that Labour Party, they genuinely believed that Obi was coming to save them. Of course, people like us, we could see through the cracks, and we knew that it's very simple to analyze. We are not coming from a tribal or religious perspective. We are coming from experience. Obi was once a governor in Nigeria for 8 years. And the state that he governed over, there is nothing special about the state. Absolutely nothing. The state is as horrible as an average state in Nigeria. Although I also understand that a lot of Nigerians, what they consider to be progress is mediocre, because they just haven't experienced progress before. However, God is trying to help these people now, because that Obi now went to go and join APC and PDP members. He himself was a PDP member, don't get it wrong. He was a PDP member. Now he has gone to form an alliance with APC and PDP members, and they call it the ADC. If that is not enough sign from the divine that maybe you guys need to double check what you're getting yourself into, then I don't know what else is. But since they are adamant, and it's mostly from a cultural angle, Because you see, as Nigerian people, we love popularity over ideology. We would rather follow a clout chasing option than to follow something that is not as popular, even though you can see that that thing that is not as popular, in this case, the AAC is the only other option that we can see. Unless there is any other group, I don't know, you can mention. But the AAC is the only other group that has shown consistency that they are not aligning with any one of these guys that have ruined Nigeria. But Obi decided to go and join them, the same people that the ADC supporters now have been criticizing. Obi decided to join them, and all of a sudden, all those people, their sins are forgiven. They can now be supported. And it's a shame. It's a shame that Nigerian people are doing this to themselves yet again. If they emerge victorious and become the leadership, the government of the country, what is going to happen is these APC members and PDP members will be the ones in control of Nigeria. And that's my submission.
That is indeed what Nigerians will have to, face. That is most likely going to be the kind of projection that is happening. Oh, Godwin, um, please request back and we'll bring you up. We lost you. I think I saw you briefly breeze in. And yeah, there's a particular comment. Yeah, thank you so much. I really wish I could join the discussion. Oh, Kunta Kunte, so sorry, so sorry. I believe it's the network, and that is the only link I can provide. Let me recopy it again. I believe it will show on this same YouTube that you are, and let me place it there once again. We really have a lot to say. Yes, of course, there's a lot, you know. Okay, so Kunta Kunte, I have dropped I have dropped the comment again. Please take a look at the comment section in the YouTube section. You see it, the link. Please press that link and let's see. Let's hope for the best. I believe it is network. Kunta Kunte is a very very revolutionary mind, and of course, today he has registered to become a member of the African Action Congress as a result of our engagements today. And of course, he wants to be part. He also belongs in an organization already, a social cultural organization that is actually pro people, that is very much interested in pushing the frontier of Pan Africanism. And I just saw his live and I joined. And as a result of our engagement, he said, well, I think we can align and work together. And I look forward to working together with him. So, Kunta Kunte, thank
So
you so much for
I
joining.
would
And
really
of
like to
course,
hear from, yeah, sorry, comrade. I would really like to
yeah,
hear
please.
from Kunta Kunte, but I wanted to
Yeah.
suggest I don't see his comments on the YouTube comment section. So
Wow, I
is
can
it
see it.
possible that he's on Civic Space Channel?
Yeah, I can see it from. In fact, I am putting on the. Can you see it on the screen now?
Yes,
That
I
is
can
one of.
see it. And is that coming
This
from
is his
Civic Space
latest
Channel?
comment. Yes, Civic Space Channel, not the
Oh, okay,
Movement
okay,
Radio, the Civic Space
okay,
Channel.
okay,
All
because
right,
I
and
can see it
he's
there.
saying from the YouTube channel, he's saying, but we need to understand that PO has the ability to say no to these so-called greedy people who are joining the ADC. Well, well, that is what some people would think. PO said, PO has said he is only going to do a term, but this could be a campaign because we have an idea of how peculiar Nigerian issue is. Nigerian issue is quite peculiar. I must confess and I must admit that yeah, our issue is quite peculiar, but not that as complicated as it thinks. I think by and large, I think everybody must have heard this particular popular saying that show me your friends or show me your association and I will tell you who you are. All right? If you can concede that this ADC is saturated with greedy people, which is actually something that nobody can deny. nobody that is supporting ADC, even from those that consider themselves obedient, all right, would either will put up a argument that the ADC is filled with greedy people. I don't think so. There's no doubt about that. If you look at the likes of Aregbe and the trajectory of the likes of Dele, what's the name of this man again? Dele, this guy
Momodu.
that is looking, Dele Momodu, a staunch PDP, AP. He has once been in the PDP. He has once been in SDP. He has once been in LP too. In fact, he has run as a presidential candidate before also, and he is a loyalist of Atiku Abubakar. And you should know the track record of Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar and his principal, Obasanjo, basically brought darkness on Nigeria. The reason why we are experiencing power outage in Nigeria is all thanks to Atiku and his principal, Obasanjo. They spent 16 billion naira, and without no trace, we are still very much
$16
living
billion.
under $16 billion just gone like that. Just as they are about to let us forget this 210 trillion naira now. They want us to sweep it under the carpet and move on. But yet,
You know
so
what?
yeah, please proceed.
Well, I was gonna say this Dele Momodu is definitely vying for the position of minister of tourism, or I'm sure that's what they'll put him as. They are going to make him minister of tourism because they'll claim that he has the experience in selling Nigeria through his works and his businesses, and then he's the perfect candidate for minister of tourism. So that's what he's vying for.
Yeah, can you hear me? Are you done, comrade?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
you were
comrade.
talking about the projection of the kind of ministers that Dele Momodu would most likely take. Yeah, he would most likely be
Mm,
given ministry of information, or perhaps art and culture, because
mm,
that is his field most likely. Because he runs a luxury what's it called, magazine that actually showcases luxury and the exorbitant or perhaps luxury lifestyle of these our bourgeois, of the Tony Mdumelus of this world, the Dangote of this world, the part that they wouldn't show you on social media. This particular man runs a magazine that actually have the exclusive to that. Go and find out. If you want to know about the social life or perhaps the luxury lifestyle of Femi Otedola, the like all of these big men like Adenuga, the ones that owns Globalcom Telecommunication, you find out from the magazine of Dele Momodu, the Ovation newspaper. All right, that is where you find out. So they are working in hand to hand. They are working hand to hand, and of course, Aregbeshola, the one you are looking at that has a wrapper on his neck, and as I rightly said, has an history with Tinubu. In fact, he was once a commissioner in Lagos State, and also went on to become the governor of Osun State for 2 terms. And of course, people in Osun State are currently fighting with him because he has been an absolute failure. All right. So, and of course, here you have him once again. Oh, we lost you, the African Wala. Okay. Okay. So, people of Osun State are basically, having a difficult time with Aregbeshola now, because he has failed woefully. All right. But yet, here you have him in retaliation for his grievances, or perhaps against Tinubu. He has joined the ADC as a revenge. All right. How about El Rufai? All right. Yeah, Kunta Kunta, you said you are a Northerner. I'm a Northerner who have no affiliation with the South other than we are Nigerians. You should look at what PO did in Anambra State when he was in governor. Wow. I think we have highlighted what PO did as a governor in Anambra State. And of course, well, I welcome disagreement. If you disagree with us, well, please, the fact, maybe it will be interesting if you see the facts, whether or not you'll be able to disagree with the facts. If the fact is indeed saying that Peter Obi did not really perform as well as he's been packaged to be, all right? For instance, go and look at the poverty index during the time of Peter Obi when he was in office, because that matters. You have to look at the index, poverty, based on very empirical data. Look at the time, the poverty index when he took over office, and look at it when he was leaving office. And of course, will it be a surprise if you are expecting free education? And of course, Kunta Kunte, if you were to choose between free education and paid education, which one would you choose? And which one did Peter Obi implemented as a governor? In fact, he even went ahead to increase the fees from secondary school to university level. So do you want that for Nigerian? And if, of course, if Peter Obi begin to apply the same pattern, just like Tinubu is applying the same pattern in what that they did in Lagos State, the exact thing that Tinubu did in Lagos State is the exact same thing is bringing out in the federal government level. So why should we be surprised? That is why we are telling Nigerians that are surprised that why are you surprised? Tinubu is just being Tinubu. And if Peter Obi now begins to act like Peter Obi, hope we are not peculiar Nigerian issue is. Or perhaps you are saying Peter Obi is going to reject, or perhaps resist these greedy people. All right? We need to understand that Peter Obi has the ability to say no to these so-called greedy people who are joining ADC. Do you think Peter Obi can really say no? Or perhaps has history indicated that he can say no? These are the things that we need to really take a look at. Can he say no? All right, can he say no to any pressure from these people that you are looking at that is surrounding him? And if he's been surrounded by these people, do you think that he can actually, if they have supported him to become the president, do you think he was going to betray them by resisting whatever it is that they are telling him, which is also for their own interest too? Because let's face it, it's all a matter of interest. Politics is a game of interest. Oh wow, my battery is indicating low, and yeah, 100% now in like an hour ago. Maybe because we are streaming anyway. Network or perhaps streaming internet drains battery faster, as I have understood in recent time. And of course, yeah, we have spent 4 hours in this live program. And of course, what's the time? Yeah, the time is 10:07. I would have really, really loved for us to continue this show. I have basically sent for reinforcement for us to, perhaps see if we can, run the show till 12 a.m. if we can. But yet, yeah, it's nice having a conversation with you, Kunta Kunte. And of course, it's very interesting to know that you have a soft spot for Mr. Peter Obi. Big respect to you. In fact, if you still believe, despite these concerns that I have raised, if you still believe that strongly in Mr. Peter Obi, nobody should disrespect you for it. Your decision should be respected. All right. And I do respect your decision, Kunta Kunte. All right. Your decision is very, very much respected. And of course, every Nigerian also that has been adamant that, well, Peter will be on nothing. Of course, this is what we have been hearing from the look of things, and I'll be playing it here.
We're a member of APC. What we can say, but no doubt, and all of us can say for a fact that APC won 2015 general election because there was acceptance by the people. People were personally driving the message of APC. People were driving the message of APC. They were not even waiting for party leaders.
Okay.
So, and this is the same approach we are appealing.
What do you mean that they were not waiting for party leaders?
Okay, now, for example, is average. Is there anybody that motivates you to support ADC currently?
You don't. I don't understand. There were people in, like, see, they took over the community. They entered the community and took it over.
Hold on,
you don't understand.
I'm saying something now. Okay, now, me personally now, as I am now, I'm saying there's nobody that convinced me to join ADC. I look at one person who is my leader, His Excellency.
Hopefully, yes, that's I believe it's referring
This is the party I joined and I put my all. And the party is not paying me. I'm saying it for a fact.
Itinu, are you? Have you ever been involved in politics before?
Of course.
So whatever. That's why you have to look outside the box. You are a politician. There are people who are not. They are just here listening to us. They have never been involved in politics.
And that's why we said we can reach out to them on our own. For example, in my own community now. Yes, in my own community, the issue of Dr. Mo was brought up yesterday. I think I told you. The issue of Dr. Mo was brought up. I've met Dr. Mo once. We spoken twice. And even the twice we spoke with them, it was not a real conversation. But I'm taking his message to the people. And people are okay, how we go. Although we are still discussing. And that is what we are encouraging everybody to do. As long as you are not comfortable with Bola Ahmed Tinubu satanic APC, and you want a better Nigeria, we can start telling people, but we not say this country hard, but and we not say wahala dey, but the only party wey fit save us now na ADC, this party. And that's what I keep telling people. As you are promoting your candidate, my candidate is the best. Yes, my candidate is the best, but see the party wey my candidate dey. And at this go fit save Nigeria. APC, the PDP don die, and you know APC dey continue, the problem go dey. For this party, see my candidate, see party wey my candidate dey, and now this is the party using. So that tomorrow, you know go say, you don't tell me, because I don't tell you, abeg. This is the party. This is the party, abeg. See what the party won't do. And that is why, like I said, the orange book is already is ready to be launched. The green book is being worked on, and the constitution and the policy is being worked on. The green book is all about the orange book is all about the policy, but the green book is all about what they call it, the economic, how the party wants to drive the economic economic growth for the nation. So that's the green book. They are working on it. I think that one. So like I said, that's why I said we in your different capacity, you reach out to the party so that these materials will be made available to you, so that you can use it to reach out to people. You get the point? That's why I'm saying, okay, for example, if the green book and the orange book is out, you can sell this, you can use it to kind of see what you want. You know the talking from our we will write them down so that tomorrow you see question on social media, write down. So these are how. But like I said, we can work. See, politics is not for politicians. That's why they say politics is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So let us. Okay, sorry, guys here. All right.
I'm back here. Sorry, after a very long struggle with technical challenges, I've finally won. Sorry for the inconveniences and the delay.
You're welcome, comrade.
Since 9 o'clock, I've even gone through my 3 different devices. Just now that they pop up on one of my phones. So again, I apologize.
It is okay, sir. Even I just had to switch devices as well to keep the space going. So thanks for coming back. Thanks for keeping. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sir. So all right. Does anybody, you guys?
Comrade, go ahead. We want to know what the party is doing in terms of registration and getting people to know the party. That is what we want to know, what the party is doing to market the party to Nigerians in the rural areas. That's what we want to hear from you, sir. Can you enlighten us on what the party has been doing so far, sir?
Well, if
I may situate the conversation into a proper perspective, we also need to understand that
all right. So
the party,
it's been
there had been a plethora of legal cases induced.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you so much, everybody. And of course, you have heard from the horse's mouth, the level of organization going on within the ordinary Nigerians, all right, with respect to the ADC phenomenon, all right. And yeah, it's still very much a statement of fact that many people are still very much attached to the establishment politicians. If they're not attached to Peter Obi, they are attached to Atiku Abubakar. Some are attached to Tambua that you're looking at on the screen, laughing very joyfully after shaking Atiku Abubakar. Some are attached to Amechi. Some are even attached to Tinubu himself. Many are attached to Tinubu. Many are attached to many of them. There are many. All right. Even Kwankwaso, so much attachment going on.
And the coalition,
we wish the Nigerian people the best of luck. Job at Liberation Chat on Civic Space is very, very simple. We want to set the record straight.
This is the first time in the history of this country.
That's it. We want to set the record straight. We are not doing anything too serious than just setting the record straight and giving the people a voice. And of course, putting it on record that they have been warned. All right? It will not be a case of, we did not know that this is what will happen. It will be a case of, and that boy on Civic Space said it. And I would disagree with him. We tell him to respect our decision. We told him to his face that this is what we want. That is exactly what we intend to do. We want to really set the record straight. We want to basically put it on record that we want Nigerians and they should not complain on what they have brought on themselves. All right. They have brought Tinubu on themselves. 8 million Nigerians. Or can you tell us that 8 million people were rigged into voting for Tinubu? 8 million rigged votes. Or you are talking about a situation whereby every of the first 3 candidates actually rigged each other, despite the massive support. You look at their rallies now. Look at their rallies and you determine whether or not did they rig them into the rally also. And you'll be shocked the level of rally that Atiku Abubakar, Tinubu would pull. You'll be shocked the level of rally that Tinubu will pull in the coming rallies that will be taking place. You'll be wondering if perhaps it is not the same Nigerians that are complaining about the harsh economic realities in Nigeria. You'll be shocked. But what do we know? We want to give a voice. All right? We want to do what? We want to give a voice to as many as, and of course, we want to put it on record that Nigerians have been warned very, very clearly.
Inside the party, at the state, we have been on different political reach out using the local media, the social media, holding of unveiling events across the country. So, so many steps that could introduce the party to Nigerians have been deployed by the party here in Nigeria and is going on in most places. In some places, there are challenges where you have insecurity. It's not easy.
And of course, without further ado, we'll pass the mic to Godwin Saint. He has joined us severally, and network has pulled him off the stage several times. Please, we will not waste time this time around to pass the mic to him. Oh, wow. He has gone again. I believe his network. I believe this is the job of the network playing out here. And of course, yeah, it's quite saddening that many people, and of course, it explains the reason why many have also not been able to pick up the mic and join us in the studio. Many are struggling with a network issue right now. They will have been more than happy to join. Even Kunta Kunte, the very comment that you are looking at on the screen, said it that, well, he would have loved to be a part of this discussion. All right. Let me put that comment on the screen. You can see it said, I really wished I could join the discussion, but network did not allow him in. It's quite sad, but well, we have to keep it moving one way or the other. And while we wait for the members of the public to use our link, use this link. And of course, I want to even experiment one thing. If actually one can really type the link and it will just pop up. Yeah. Where is the link one more time? I think I put the link on the studio. All right, here you have it, the link on the studio there. Let me just go to my browser, carry out a very quick experiment here. Let me go to my browser and just type studio dot restream dot io / etc then forward z r lv then forward or dash qol. Let's see if it will bring me into the studio. Let's see. I want to see if at all that will be possible. It's already writing, setting the stage for you. Wow. It has brought me in. So please use the link on the studio. Use the link. I am already seeing myself. And of course, Godwin Saint, I've also been back. Yeah. Join as guests. Wow. Wow. So yes. Let me go away. So Godwin Saints, please take it up. You're welcome. The network has dropped you severally. So please proceed with your submission today. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can literally type what you see on your screen there. Type it and you will come to the studio. I have been able to experiment it and it worked. So you don't even have to press the link. All right. If you look at your screen, you'll see this is the link to join the studio. And this is a general link for everybody to make use of. Godwin Saint, are you there? Wow, Godwin Saint has dropped again. So it's obviously because I have just experimented it on my phone right now. All right. I have just experimented it on my phone right now. And of course, the link does work. Even if you press it, leave the HTTP, even if you press the HTTPS column / studio, if you leave the HTTPS out of it, just start from studio.restream.io/etc-zrlv-kol. If you type it on your browser, any of your browser, you will join us in the studio here. So I have been able to experiment that, and that worked very fantastic and powerfully. So yeah, I would like to give an update on the last incident that we read to you the other time, and here is the update. Update on the case of the two young men accosted and extorted the sum of 250,000 naira. One of the victims, Uche, called me earlier this evening to inform me that they were instructed to report at Area J Command this night. I advised them to go, believing the matter was progressing towards accountability. However, upon arrival at the Area J, Uche called again and said his friend, the owner of the vehicle, wanted to speak with me. I was shocked by this sudden hostility. He began insulting me and categorically stated that he never contacted me in the first place. He further warned me to disengage from the matter, insisting that they had settled and no longer required my intervention. The abrupt change in tone and aggression raises serious concerns. From the circumstances and his manner of speech, I strongly suspect that he was intimidated and compelled to make the call under duress, possibly as a warning for me. This incident once again highlighted the climate of fear and coercion that ordinary citizens are subjected to. It is deeply troubling that victims of alleged extortion can be pressured into silence even when help is available. This is the country we find ourselves in. What a country. All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And this indeed validated this famous quote by a revolutionary that says, if you are trying to fight for Nigerians, or perhaps you are trying to fight for the African people, if you are fighting them, if you are fighting for their oppressor with your right hand, you are also using your left hand to fight for the very same oppressed that you are fighting on their behalf. Isn't it very interesting that in this particular case, the oppressed have turned around to now say the person that is fighting or perhaps escalating the issue such that justice is served should desist and remove himself from the case, that they are already settling the case between himself and the police. This is the country that you find yourself, a country where even the oppressed do not really have the balls, the courage to really fight for their oppression, to really fight for their liberation, really. Because it will take courage, extreme courage, to fight for the cause of liberation. And of course, if you look at your screen, you have a voice, all right? Use that link to come into the studio. It's not a long link. Just type that link on your browser and you'll be here in the studio to have your say, to comment, to basically express your dissatisfaction on what we are doing, or perhaps disagree with us based on empirical data. We are not here to dish out propaganda. We are here to dish out the truth, nothing but the truth only. And of course, we have to devise this means of engagement because we realize that this is a very effective means of reaching out to a lot of people. And of course, owing by our what we, the current we are now 171 tuned in live to this very broadcast. And of course, if you are to compare that to an agenda space going on, the agenda space that is going on that is dedicated, well, we call it agenda space. It might not be necessarily agenda space according to some people, but we believe it's an agenda space or an agenda forum. All right. It has over 115. So bear in mind, there are more Nigerians that are tuned into this kind of rhetoric, the rhetoric of liberation, than the rhetoric of propaganda. Right? That is according to tonight. Let's say for tonight, though, Nigerians want to listen to liberation message tonight. Let's say tonight. Maybe tomorrow they may be stimulated to go listen to propaganda and agenda again. Propaganda that will tell you that Atiku is the best man for the job, that is the one that can actually unseat Tinubu. All right, that is what some propaganda spaces and forum will tell you. But I think we are here to differ. We beg to differ based on existing facts staring at us in the face, based on history. Atiku, I think I will look for that video and I will play it while we are listening to a particular space
Wetin you fit
going
do
on.
for Abuja? E dey my Motion local government, and Aregbe bring am, all the installation, everything. E dey my Motion local government, and Aregbe bring am come. The guy just dey none of them. The one wey don work pass na this Edu wey call himself Minister of Education, wey say he na economics fellow. I dey cry sometimes o. In this country, God go help us. Even Buhari sabi work pass this person. No,
Okay,
no, no, no.
but it's easy to complain now. or affected Atiku's votes in the north when Buhari was there, whether he was on the ballot or he supported somebody. That's just my thinking. I'm speaking for myself. So I now that Buhari is gone, God rest his soul, I am thinking personally that Atiku is the new leader of the north, and he can help us get votes from the north. Like what we were talking about before you came, that the people of the north will be sentimental towards him, and it will be very difficult for you to peel them away from him for any reason, with any campaign, with any propaganda, nothing. To be hard for you to peel those people away from him. But if you give them someone that they are not attached to, well, whatever happens, it's fair game for them. So is that thinking correct, that Atiku is the new leader of the North and he can get us votes from there? I'm talking as a person who supports Atiku. I'm not hiding it. I know you're a party man. You don't have to talk like it. This has nothing to do with the ticket. I just want to know if you know anything about Atiku and if you can speak about him as a person. Do you understand? So I asked two questions. Him in PDP and the PDP getting, they said he destroyed PDP. And also, can he be considered the new leader of the North? And will his people be sentimentally attached to him the way they were with Buhari? I believe so. I just want to know if I am.
Is their opinion. But the PDP was not even destroyed by Atiku. The history of PDP today appears not to be in the public space. So all these hawkers who now jump into PDP at the end, that has certainly turned into the problems of PDP, don't know the history of PDP. PDP emerged as a result of an anti-military political movement called G34, the Great 34. It was G19, that is Great 19. Each leader from the 19 northern states, they started a movement against Abacha. And then after they submitted a letter to Abacha that you cannot transmit into a civilian president. The letter was taken to Abacha by my late boss, Chief Solomon Land, who went to the villa and gave Abacha the letter and survived. So after he came out, they felt, no, this cannot be a northern issue. So they decided to enlarge it into G34. They got people like Alex Ikweme, the late Bola Ige, Sunday Awone, the Muchiroma in the north, and so many great leaders of the south. Then Bola Ige, Sule Lamido, were all in prison. So Rimi, Abubakar Rimi, were all in prison. So they were members of the G34 from the prison. So when Abacha now passed on, 11 people met in Jos. And I was one of the 11 people. I was the youngest at that meeting, where it was resolved that G34 should metamorphose into a bigger political party that will defeat the challenges of Nigerian democracy, where political parties are regional, and then the winners take all syndrome. So the PDP was conceived. And when leaders met in Sheraton in September, they agreed to transform it into a political party. And when they came out, then the issue of what name should be given came up again in Jos, where leaders met. And Yaradua's people, where Atiku belonged, the People's Front, that's his political movement, because the PDP too was an amalgamation of different political associations. The People's Front came with Yaradua political legacy led by Atiku. You have the NERA, New Era Alliance, New Era Revival Alliance for the young people. And then you have the other associations coming into from the party with the G34 and G19. So Atiku was the first person after PDP was formed to give the highest amount of money and bought SUV vehicles for the National Working Committee members and the chairman, the national chairman, who was Chief Solomon Lal. Atiku won his election as the governor of Adamawa State, but he was picked as vice president and he left to the center. And Atiku actually did so much for the PDP. The quarrel between Atiku and Obasanjo was not based on anything. It was based on Atiku aligning with Chief Lar. Chief Lar was the founding chairman who led the party to victory. And immediately after victory, Obasanjo disbanded the executive committee and accused them of corruption, brought in Gamede, and Atiku was not happy. That was the beginning of their quarrel with Obasanjo. And Atiku took Obasanjo to court and the federal government 16 times and won 16 times. So if Atiku was somebody who wanted to have destroyed PDP, he couldn't have not gone to court to enforce his right. He could have, as a vice president, did something different, but he remained in the party. The departure of Atiku and myself and others in 2014 to APC was as a result of the party abandoning Chief Solomon Lal, the founding chairman of the party, to die in US without medical attention while they have a government. There was a sitting president, a PDP government. But the founding president died in the United States of America without medical attention.
Are you sure that Atiku and PDP are after taking and converting Nigeria's assets and commonwealth between 1979
of the party found out that they have no more space? I mean, if the founding chairman of the party could be allowed to die without medical attention, then who is safe? So these are some of the reasons that scattered people and people went their ways, and some of us went and joined APC. And so trying to put the blame of the destruction of the PDP on Atiku is just like, oh, you hate him and you are looking for what to hang on his neck. Because the problem of PDP started when immediately after electing Obasanjo. And Obasanjo did not campaign for himself. Obasanjo was brought from the prison. He was granted amnesty and released from the prison, and from there was picked as an aspirant and a candidate of the party. So he didn't know all the struggles of the formation of PDP. Atiku did, because he was on the ground. So for you to come and blame today is because you think, oh, okay, maybe he has so many attempts to be president, and maybe he has failed so many times. So you think the only way to edge him out is to try to blackmail him. No, I think it will not be fair to him. If he's going to contest in 2027 election, he has the right to contest. But if we do want to appeal to him, oh, be a father figure for us, then there's a different way to go about it, not by blackmail. But I don't think it is right for anybody to put the blame off. No. The self-inflicted injury that destroyed the party started with disbanding those who struggled, fought with the military, formed a party, and elected a president who now disbanded them and brought new people. That was the beginning of the crisis of the PDP that consumed it in 2015. So I yield the mic here.
Thank you. I also asked about the North, him being, if it's possible that he's the new leader.
1.6. What are you sure that Atiku and PDP are after? Taking and converting Nigeria's assets and commonwealth. Between 1979 and 1998, Nigeria invested about $100 billion to establish public enterprises. 16 years of PDP and Atiku ensured these assets were sold for a meager $1.6 billion to themselves and their cronies at ridiculously giveaway prices. Obasanjo and Atiku sold the Aluminium Smelter Company of Nigeria, Ascon, Ikotabasi, worth $3.2 billion for a paltry sum of $130 million. They also sold Delta Steel Company worth $1.5 billion to a company that did not participate in the bidding process for $30 million. Nitel was stripped bare of its multi-billion-dollar assets by companies masquerading as genuine investors but were basically fronts for successive PDP government officials. The racket involving Nitel's assets was the subject matter of the criminal investigation of U.S. Congressman Jefferson's bribe to Atiku when he was vice president that culminated in his conviction by an American court. Name them all: African Petroleum, Nikon Insurance, the power distribution companies, all sold to cronies for peanuts. All these enterprises are inefficient and have sacked a lot of workers without pension. Abubakar Atiku, the man who superintended over the failed and corrupt privatization process between 1999 and 2007, has promised to sell the NNPC if he becomes president.
The long and short story is that I am committed to privatizing NNPC. I said it.
The question is to whom and at what cost? Without a doubt, it is clear that Atiku and PDP want to come back to continue from where he stopped in 2007. Atiku is after buying NNPC for himself, using cronies who would milk this valuable national asset dry.
Are my friends not entitled to be enriched?
And leave it in ruins as they have done to previously privatized companies. Nigerians, be wise. What are you sure that Atiku and PDP?
And of course, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, comrades and friends, Nigerians, compatriots. You can hear from the that particular forum or broadcast that we were tuned to when they were saying that, well, Atiku is this, Atiku is that, Atiku is the father figure. Atiku has the vote of Buhari. After Buhari has passed, Atiku is now the sole heir, or perhaps the next, prominent figure in the North that they would be sympathetic to and they will want to vote for. Atiku is the one that will inherit the votes of Buhari. That no votes are now being inherited in Nigeria. You can basically inherit another person's vote in Nigeria, right? Vote is basically not a matter of, merit. It's a matter of, how influential that you are. So it is what it is in Nigeria. And of course, look at the screen, you will see the rebuttal, very, pronouncement that Atiku is the go-to person. Atiku is the most influential, and Atiku is the one that we should, focus on in terms of the next person that will lead us in Nigeria. Do you also, after this expose based on data, when he said by himself that are his friends not entitled to be enriched, that he said he wants to run a government that enriches his friends? Is that what you want? If that is what you want as Nigerian people, all good for you. We wish you good luck. Even though it will affect some of us that disagree. All right. Based on these fears, you can see all of these atrocities, how the Obasanjo Atiku, dynasty, how the Obasanjo Atiku administration sold national assets at giveaway prices, assets that Nigerian government has, built, infrastructure that has been built within the span of how many years. You have Atiku and Obasanjo sold them at giveaway prices. Well, you be the judge. You decide. Our own is to present to you. Our job is very straight and direct. It is to present to you the facts. It is left for you to make a decision. Let's keep listening to this.
So, with the death of Buhari, a vacuum naturally existed. But of course, those who went for the burial of Buhari mismanaged the situation and coronated a new leader for the North. If I were one of those who were in the protocol of Tinubu, the only person I would have watched out and would have allowed to drive into Buhari's house in Dora during the funeral so that nobody would see him would have been Atiku. But because they were all politically naive, they blocked Atiku and made him to park about over a kilometer, to trek to Buhari's house. And immediately Atiku emerged out of his car. The grieving population all moved to Atiku and walked with him from where he was to Buhari's house, thereby giving him an opportunity to occupy the vacuum that was left. You may like Atiku, you may not like him. You may hate him, may not hate him. But the obvious reality of the politics of the North revolves around a political leadership, which the North has today, the only person with experience, with the capacity, with the financial resources, and whose influence cut across.
According to this presenter, or perhaps according to this commentator, he's saying that, well, Atiku is the one that is filling the void of Buhari right now. Is the one that the northern people are gravitating towards. All right? But, well, how about the facts staring at us in the face on some of the atrocities of Atiku Abubakar and, of course, his principal, Obasanjo? Should we even have that kind of situation where people can inherit votes? Should we have that kind of situation where people are blindly loyal to politicians, that regardless of whether or not the politicians hears or not, they are 100% loyal to that politician? Is that the kind of society that we want to build? The choice is ours. Now we go make that choice. Whether we want, a monarchy political structure. And now, after Atiku is human being, of course, at some point he will pass away. We will now be talking about his son. That, well, after he has left, his son will not inherit the follower base of his father. And many intellectuals will come on X or perhaps any public platform to say that this is the reality of this is what constitutes what is reality. That any other thing is utopian, any other thing is rhetoric, that his son can logically inherit his father's, And of course, yes, thank you so much, Edo Pikin, for your comment. Edo Pikin says, if are my friends not entitled to be rich is the mindset, then where does that leave millions of Nigerians who aren't Atiku's friend? Public office isn't a reward system. If are not my friends entitled to be rich is the mindset, then why does that leave millions of Nigerians who aren't Atiku's friend? Very big question. Where does that leave millions of us? Me, I'm not Atiku's friend. Neither do I know his son or daughter or family. And the same thing at Edo Pikin. And many other millions of Nigerians who are not Atiku's friend. Where does that leave us? Public office isn't a reward system. Thank you so very much, Edo Pikin. And it's very wonderful that now our platform can actually basically reflect the two channels that we are streaming from. We are streaming from YouTube, and we are also streaming on X. Please, if you have access to YouTube, we beg you, please go to our YouTube Civic Space channel, all right, and please subscribe. And of course, if you are on YouTube already, subscribe to our channel on YouTube. We want our numbers to be up. If you are tuned in to us and you have not followed us yet, please do that. It would help us a great deal, all right, in terms of growing our platform. And if you like conscious content like this, please do the needful by subscribing, liking, sharing. And of course, when you give comments, we are going to read your comments. We are going to feature it on the broadcast, and we are going to send you a big shout out. So thank you so much, Edo Pikin. Yes. So it turns out that it's not me cooking up this whole thing about Atiku. A whole reservation about that. I have reservation about Atiku. I have reservation about Mr. Peter Obi. I, of course, have reservation about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And obviously, the economy has shown Nigerian's currency is absolutely useless right now. Absolutely useless. Well, it is what it is. Let's keep listening to this conversation, and we'll most likely keep listening to it until the end of their program, because we really want to give Nigerians an alternative to whatever it is that they are hearing from all this forum. We want to provide the alternative and provide the information to really fact check. We are the fact checkers of the X space. Maybe you can call it that. We are the fact checkers of the YouTube space. So if that is what you like or what you want us to continue to be doing, support our work. And of course, subscribe to our channels. Follow us, like, share. Very, very important. If you share it, your friends will see it, and they will be also join us here and listen to wholesome content, not jargons or perhaps beer parlor talk.
When a player is getting to a certain level in his or her life, you know you want to feel that player because in the field that's really demanded. Member of ADC, just like me, what's your thought on productivity? Do you think when deciding leader that ADC should consider the ability of their leaders to handle the heavy task of turning the ship of Nigeria around by choosing younger people or younger person as the leader, an older person? There was an example you gave about, I can't remember his name again, the leader in the north that was asked to go to Lagos, and he said, no, I'm not going to go. I'm the most senior. I'm going to sit back and use my wisdom to guide you. That's my interpretation. Use my wisdom to guide you guys. And also use my wealth of knowledge as a father to sit back home so that you have somebody to come to when the heat is on. And I will be in a good position to give you advice because I'm sitting out looking inside. So in your thinking, as somebody that has been involved with sports and genuinely running Nigeria, whether running a political party or running a ministry, especially running the presidency, requires extreme energy moving around. Do you think ADC should put younger person into consideration when it comes to choosing the presidency? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was addressing members of the ADC in Plateau State, and I told them that nobody has ticket to give anybody. The ticket belongs to the people, and it's the people that will give the ticket. So if anybody is sitting anywhere, assuming that he has any ticket to give anybody, he is the greatest joker of the century. Not in this ADC that we're members. Whatever the people decide in a transparent and a credible process is what I will align myself with. My individual opinion about the issue of youth involvement has been on for many years. I'm an advocate of, getting the youth involved in leadership and development. Because we've accused the Europeans of sitting in Berlin in 1885 to decide the future of Africans without an African representative. And we kept repeating the same mistakes. You build roads, there are no young people involved. So how do you expect them to come and manage those roads? But if they were part of the building, they would also have been very good managers of it. So that's my personal principle and my philosophy. And in ADC, I am going to work towards that. But if I am unable to get people who think like me, then whatever the people decide is what we'll go with. So my opinion is inconsequential as to who should pick the ticket of the party. But what is very, very paramount is that if we want a paradigm shift, then we must work for a paradigm shift. Each time young people come to me and said, oh, in politics, there is no space for us. I said, yes. You abandon the space for yourself and chose to go and play the role of running errands for politicians, collecting money and carrying ballot boxes and changing results for them. What should the youth have? What should the youth do? There are party structures. If the youth wants to produce a president, they should go and take over the delegate college. They should go back to their constituency and contest and become delegates. Because it's delegates that determine who pick the ticket. So you cannot go and remain in the urban centers and allow illiterates to emerge as delegates from the local government to come and decide who becomes the presidential ticket. So I've told the youth, if they are serious, they should not be occupying spaces and speaking Queen's English. No. I'm a practical politician. I've been in politics for more than 5 decades. Not so many people in Nigeria still know me in politics. Because I joined politics in November 1978 when I was in secondary school. I was dragged into it by my mentor, late Chief Solomon Lar, and he died in 2013. We were together for about 43 years or so, or thereabout. So if the youth are interested, it's not lying people in their spaces. No. Go back and take up the position of delegate. If 60% of the delegate college are youth, if they collect $1 and elect anybody to be a candidate, then we will now know that we are finished. Advice is who will be or not know. It is going to be determined by a process, and you can't stop the process by your opinion. So I've been an advocate because this villa you're talking about it, I have had the opportunity of working closely with the president of all those today, whether I'm or I knew that president. In fact, I was a member of a transition committee that went and took over the villa and handed it over to Buhari. So I knew that place more than any of them that are making noise today. I've worked closely with the president. How it is done,
Well, while I wait for our MP3 to really charge up a little bit because it's indicating low battery, there is quite a number of things that has been mentioned, and anyone who is listening would think that this man, this elderly man, because well, you're an elderly man if you have started playing politics since 1978. That was far before some people's father was born. And of course, he's saying that, yeah, if the youth want to become president, if the youth want to participate in politics, they should basically, go and involve themselves in the grassroots politics. They should involve themselves and form delegates. All right. And of course, you now begin to wonder, okay, after involving themselves in party that is saturated with old people, how about the sale of form? All right. We look forward to how much the ADC is going to put out their form and how many youth will be able to afford it. We really, really look forward because by and large, we're already seeing indication that the APC are going to sell their form to nothing less than 100 million for presidential nomination form. And I believe ADC will not be anything beyond or perhaps below that kind of range, within the range of 70 to 80 million. How many youths, no matter how intelligent or successful they are, can afford to buy their form for 70, 80 million just because they want to run to become president? Unlike the AAC party, that what you need to become, a presidential candidate, it is not money that the party is asking for as a matter of priority. Not money. What you need in AAC party is ideological and historical record. That is what you need. You need ideological record and you need historical records to indicate that you have always been on the side of the people. That is what is needed in African Action Congress. All right. But in ADC, is that what is needed? All right. Can you see that this is what they need? After you must have gotten yourself involved, all right? Is that what it will boil down to? No, it will boil down to money. And during the primaries, it will still boil down to what? A group of elders or perhaps an elder trying to buy the vote of everybody. That is what it will boil down to. We have heard it. We have seen many evidence that suggest that, well, that is the situation of things in many of these political platforms. And they have accused Mr. Atiku Abubakar, all right? He has been accused of dollarizing primaries. It is a public opinion that people have accused Mr. Atiku of dollarization of primaries. But in parties like the African Action Congress, you will not have a sure by after you must have qualified to lead. You still have a bottleneck to deal with, that you have to now begin to look for money. All right. Otherwise, you will be rigged out of the system by dollarization. And let's read the comment of Edo Pikin. All right. Edo Pikin says, Nigerians deserve to know, beyond enriching his friends, what exactly will Atiku do for everyone else? Governance is about public good, not private networks. Yes, government is about public good, not private networks. And thank you so much for sending in that comment. And of course, as we promised, as soon as we see comments, we shall be reading comments. This is what we are here to do, basically. And of course, back to what I was saying, that, well, is it actually true that, ADC or perhaps the establishment politicians are pro-people or pro-youth? Can youth basically say, yeah, they want to contest under the platform of ADC and they stand a chance? They have a equal footing in the scheme of things. Is it actually with beyond the rhetorics and reality? All right, because we can hear from many of, even from this space, when they are afraid of the dollarization of the primaries. Who are those that will share the dollars? And of course, what will that dollars mean? That dollars will mean that no matter how you want to be a youth and you want to vie for office, not only are you not able to purchase the nomination form, that is the first step. You also have to have the means to bribe delegates in dollars, not even in naira. Naira is useless. They know, the Nigerian politicians know that naira is tissue paper. And this is not us making it up. In the last interview of Ayoshe, he said it that he gave Obasanjo $20,000 to feature or to come to his birthday party, his 60th birthday party. $20,000, ladies and gentlemen, for appearance. So why didn't you not be wondering? $20,000 is how much? About 35 million, thereabout, naira. Why can't he pay that money in naira? It's because the Nigerian politicians, both past and present, know what they have done to the naira. They know that they have destroyed the currency. And of course, it also shows in their nomination form. The only party that you can say would not collect money from your hand or perhaps demand for any form of bribe, or perhaps you have to bribe delegates, is the African Action Congress. That is the only party that can literally say that, well, we are not a dollarized party. Just come as you are, all right? Come as you are, and of course, we are going to give you a voice. This is the only party that we can say, beyond every reasonable doubt, that is pro-people, the African Action Congress. Power to the everyday people. Does that ring a bell of what you want as an individual? Is this what you want? Or perhaps you want a dollarized primaries and someone telling you that, well, we are not stopping the youth from contesting, only if the youth is as rich as the old guys. And if the old guys are basically using their money to get themselves in the nomination form and to get themselves the delegates, then it is fair play. Do you think it is fair play for young people to basically keep anticipating? Shore said something. Shore, the presidential candidates or perhaps aspirants this time around of African Action Congress, said something. Let me show you. I would like to show you who Shore is. Some of you must have seen him at one point in time. He said, and I quote, Shore says, this is Shore that you're looking at on the screen. All right, you are looking at him on the screen, and he's the presidential aspirant of the African Action Congress. He says, recently, he's been thinking that, well, as many as the same politicians that are still around since his primary school days, they are still the ones ruling Nigeria. The same politicians during his students' union days, when he was still undergraduate or perhaps fresh graduate, they are the same politicians that are in town, basically. So how do you now reconcile this? All right. How do you bring about a situation whereby you are saying youth are the leaders of tomorrow? Youth are the leaders of the tomorrow. I sang the song when I was in primary school. Parents, listen to your children. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Try to pay our school fees and lead us bright education. Something like that. But the message here is that we are the leaders of tomorrow. And if we are the leaders of tomorrow, why do we have a bunch of old people still parading themselves? Why do we have a bunch of old people still parading themselves as politicians in this era? All right. Why? Why do we have old people parading themselves, and they are basically, imposing themselves on the people? All right. And when push comes to shove, there will be complaints of, dollarization of primaries, dollarization of primaries. And of course, if you are very much interested in something fresh, new, that is power to the everyday people, the plumbers, the welders, the artisans, the students, the professionals, if that is what you are interested in, and I think the African Action Congress has reached out to us to always tell people about them. If you know a pro-people party that is pro-people, that it has proven beyond every reasonable doubt to be a pro-people, just like African Action Congress of Showore, reach out to us. We will be more than willing to showcase it on this platform. I can tell you that for sure. If you know any other political platform, because what we talk about here, let's face it, is not only problems. We talk about solutions. We are not just a media organization that is actually, just want to talk about problems, and not recommend solutions. For the records, we recommend solutions, and we leave it there. Like, we respect people's decision to make. The African Action Congress has presented itself as a solution, an alternative to money back politics. All right, politics that has to do with only old people who have acquired so much wealth, and there is no room for even freshness, little or no freshness at all. The same set of people right from the early 90s. Do we want to go a different direction, or we want to maintain status quo? The 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 option is yours. And of course, that is why we showcase to you, we bring to your attention revolutionary parties like the African Action Congress. Power to the everyday people. Of course, let's return back to the space if they are still very much on and still up and running.
Do you think we need somebody who is experienced to take over the mantle and repair things for the benefit of Nigerians? That's number one. Then number two, I also want to ask, because you work with the president and you have been an inner caucus person in government, and you can see things from the way we that are outside, from the way we don't see it. A lot of allegations have been made against Atiku. He sold national assets to himself and all of that when he was not even the president. Do you think these allegations are, that are in the public space, do you think these allegations are correct?
What
So
are
these are
you
my two
sure that
questions.
Atiku and PDP are after?
Allegations
Taking
of
and
Atiku
converting
selling national
Nigeria's
assets to
assets and
himself, number
commonwealth.
one. Do you think that we need an experienced hand to uh, to take over the mantle of leadership, to reset the Nigerian economy, and to also reset our institutions, which are currently being bastardized? Those are my two questions.
Well, let me begin from the last one. Allegations.
Yeah, we will have to pause whatever response that is quite predictable that this this guest would say. Because let's face it, this is an article spokesman, so to speak. And we all most likely know what he will say. Let's pass the mic to Godwin. Godwin Saints, it's nice to have you once again. You have basically been battling network challenges. Let's pass the mic to you, and let's hear what your opinion will be with regards to all that has been said today. What do you think? What do you think? Godwin Saints, are you there?
Yeah, good evening. I'm here. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Godwin, are you there?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please proceed.
Okay. Um, ah, we are in a state of confusion, and like just the topic, Soludo, the solution on Onitsha main market. I've been seeing news flying instead of him to find a means of putting um, smiles on his people. He's trying to bring more pains to his people just to please the political oppressors
Yeah,
that
if you can be a little bit louder, please. If you can.
oh, okay, so is it louder now?
Yes, yes, yes. It's very okay now. Yeah, very okay.
Yeah, so he's trying to demolish the market that was even there before his own father. So you can see that these political rulers we have in power today, they don't really even care about what the common man feel out there, saying that if they don't adhere to this sit at home, and after this 1 week, if traders refuse to open their shop, then he's going to demolish it. So from the narrative, you will even see that first of all, this market we are talking about, it is not the government who fund these traders. First of all, it is their private business, and as a trader, they have all the constitutional right to even say, I am not opening my shop. But at the end of the day, you will not see that a government will not tell you that you must come and open the shop. You see? And first of all, it is not even the government, these politicians that even provide these goods and services for them. Because are we
Going
trading
forward,
this?
any Monday, any shop that is not open will be locked for 1 week. And that may tell you this. As I'm speaking to you now, when I finish this whole main market and all the adjoining these things will be locked down for the whole of this week. There will be no market anywhere.
So,
Yeah, proceed. Yeah, thank you.
you can see the level of intimidation, the level of lawlessness that these oppressors now have. They are now gods over the people that vote them in, and the tyrants don't know that the power he is occupying today is never going to be there forever. You see, and I am seeing more resistance from this thing, and it's going to cause more anarchy, more chaos, because almost 80% of the Onitsha main traders, they are not even going to listen to him, because first of all, it is not the government that built this market. It is the effort of every Anambarians. It is an individual effort. The goods there are not subsidized by the government, because let's assume maybe this market now, it's a government market, that it is the government that do the shipping. At least there will be subsidized goods for the traders. He can come out boldly to make this kind of reckless announcement. At least people will understand that this market, it is being controlled by the government, because at least they are the one who takes charge of the import and the export concerning the market. But you will come to realize that the reason why this market is still in place today is not because of the government in power. It is collective effort. It is an individual collective effort that still make this market stand today. So you cannot just wake up in the morning and say, if they refuse to open after the 1 week, he's going to demolish it. In fact, that is a reckless statement from a public servant. That's a huge reckless statement. You understand? But at the end, so many brainwashed Nigerians just think that whatever these political oppressors have said is it is now the ultimate law. They will just wake up one morning and just say whatever they like just because they think that is what they feel. He is trying to make some other oppressors from other place. He's trying to make them happy, and while trying to make the oppressors happy, you are putting more pains and more cries, more tears and sorrows in the people you are governing. So you can all see that these political tyrants in power, all of them, they are not there to ease the pains of the people. They are just there to make their money and give more pains to the majority. So they are not really there for the love of the people. So that is why we always say that there are consequences in elections. There are consequences in the candidates the people chooses to be to lead over them. Just few months ago, Anambra election were held. Even without money, some Anambarians still vouch, for this man. They still voted for this man, even without any financial incentives. Minus what I'm saying here now, I'm saying minus the financial incentives that he used to grab the victory he's enjoying today. People still willingly voted away their future for this reckless tyrant that is now showing them what a tyrant is. People voted away their future without them receiving a dime. So this is why we always tell people that there is always consequences to any choices you make in any election. It is either you vote for those who will give you social welfareism, or you vote for those who will give you pain, who will remove freedom from you, who will give you tyranny instead of equity, fairness, and justice. And that is exactly what we are seeing today, what is playing out in Anambra State. Because he believes that he can do whatever he likes to do, because he believes that it is not the people who even put him there. Yes, that is why he is doing this, because a governor that is being voted in by the majority of the people, we know that when he makes any reckless statement, that same people who voted him will gang up against him and remove him. But today, how many governors have we seen that has been elected and still removed in this current APC dispensation? You will find out that none, because these people just think that whatever they are doing is the best thing, is the ultimate law, is the law of all laws. So we can all see that these people don't represent our interests. As Nigerians, we must fight for those, we must look for those who represent our interests, who will fight on behalf of the masses, who will fight on behalf of the majority. So that is why we always tell people that there are consequences in any election. Just like those who are queuing behind ADC today, the bandwagons of Nigerians that are queuing behind ADC, all disappointed people, all disappointed criminals, they are still queuing behind it. Yes, they are all disappointed criminals. Look at the people in ADC. There is none that you can say that he is not a criminal, because these people, they have ruled in one place, in one position or the other before. They have ruled. If they are not criminal, at least we would have seen so many infrastructure today that is still in place. We would have been seeing good roads, we would have been seeing good hospitals, we would have been seeing good health centers in our various communities. We would have been seeing good educational system. We would have been seeing government owned pipe borne water, not this sinking of borehole in each houses. We would have been seeing government farms, agriculture. We would have been seeing it. But today, these things I'm mentioning right now, they are not there. So how can you tell me that those people who have gathered, those all disappointed criminals that have gathered in ADC today, they are not criminals? Because they have ruled. They have ruled before. They have ruled this country, and we have not seen any iota, any form of dividends of democracy from these disappointed criminals that have ruled us before. And yet Nigerians are still opening their eyes. They still want to queue. They still want to queue behind lawlessness and impunity, all because of they want to be politically correct, or because they are trying to be. There's no light. I don't have light, so I just want other Nigerians who are not here, so that when we are talking about realities. Where I am is very dark. Yes, there is no light. So this is a government that promised us change in 2020, 2015. They said that they are bringing us change. Government that cannot provide you light, government that cannot provide you good roads, government that cannot provide you good healthcare system, government that cannot provide you good educational system, government that cannot provide you food, water. Is that are these people even, are they even qualified to be called honorable? They are dishonorables. They did not represent anything that is related to honorable. Just like this tyrant that is here now, the tyrant in Anambra State, that said that if trader refuse to open store again, he is going to demolish it. The market he is talking about, the market was there even before his own father was giving birth to. But yet, because of power, he is power drunk. He thinks that he will be governor forever. Governor of just days. It's not years, it's just few days. He's not going to be governor forever. 10 years time, will he still come to this same market and hold this mic and make this kind of reckless statement? Or 20 years time? These people, when they have power, they will think that they are not deputy God. They will turn themselves to deputy God. After God, it is not them. So that is why, as Nigerians, enough of our it is high time we have to stop complaining. Complaining will not solve our problem. Complaining will not, yes, I'm in a dark place. Complaining will not solve our problem. The only thing that will solve our problem is organization. These tyrants that are terrorizing us, they are not more than us, and they are not the owners of this nation. So that is why I'm just laughing the bunch of the bandwagons of Nigerians that are clapping for ADC today. Look at the people, or everybody, none, the people in that ADC camp, all disappointed criminals. Who among them have not ruled before? And who among them can boast of these things I'm saying? In which state there is no state in Nigeria that can even boast of 24 hours electricity. A full month, they will not take it. Even in FCT, even in Aso Rock, the NEPA do take light. Full month, 30 days, the light will not blink. If there is any state in Nigeria that is any state full, I'm not talking about one particular community. I'm talking about like Lagos now has 22 local government or 40 something. I'm talking about all the whole local government in Lagos State. We experience 30 days without no blackout. Or in Edo State, we have 18 local governments. I am talking about Edo State. I am currently in Edo State now. See, look at the background, darkness. So a government that cannot even give the citizens common electricity, what are they really doing there? Since 1999 that we said that we have democracy, this is the 26th year now. The same people that have been ruling, even from military era, they now transcended to agbada. From military, they now started wearing agbada. From agbada, they now started recycling themselves in a democratic dispensation. Till today, they have not been able to fix electricity. One, they have not been able to fix roads. They have not been able to fix our healthcare system. They have not been able to fix education. They have not been able to fix water. These 5 basic things. I do not even count agriculture. I'm exempting agriculture because that is a difficult task for them. The money that they will use to buy like up to 4 tractors in each local government, one politician will use it to buy one XUV. They will rather spend it on one SUV or spend it on presidential apartment, 5 billion. They will rather spend 5 billion to renovate presidential VP apartment. So that is the country we are today. We have politicians, political rulers that are wasters. They are wasting away our economy, our resources. They just keep wasting our resources. This one that is here, he keeps on doing philanthropies, thinking that philanthropy will solve the problem we have in this country. You are wasting your time. Instead of you to fix the root cause, you want to go and fix it from the top. If you want to fix any problem, you must start. There is nobody that started a building that starts from the roof. You must start from foundation. I have not seen any building. You will start a building, you will start roofing first. After roofing, before you now start putting blocks. That is what these reckless political rulers are doing to us as a nation, to us as citizens. Instead of them to fix the root cause of the problem in the country, they will be navigating their way to go and be fixing the root from the back. They are not fixing the root cause. We are talking about insecurity today in Nigeria. How do you stop insecurity? Why will insecurity not thrive in Nigeria, a nation that is filled with darkness? If you want to fix insecurity, first of all, fix your electricity, then fix your road. Let's see how insecurity will thrive. Insecurity cannot thrive in a society where there is electricity. It is impossible. The kidnappers will have to think twice. Imagine all the highways in Nigeria are filled with drones and solar. How will those terrorists not think twice before blocking road? But today we have politicians that we don't even want to, after, like, seriously, we have some, where do we even want to, except any Nigerians that are not resonating to these things we are saying, they are blind. It is either they are blind religiously, or they are politically blind, or they are spiritually blind, or they are foolishly blind to the truth, or you are just a daft. You don't want to speak the truth the way it is. Yes, APC came in 2015 that they want to bring change. Look at the change in my background now. Darkness. 2015, we look at it. Darkness. No, then, okay, can you imagine this country right now? We don't even have emergency ambulance system. That as I'm sitting here now, I will just call 911. There will be ambulance in my doorstep in the next 5 minutes. There is nothing like that. And these politicians think that when you are saying it to the rest Nigerians, they will think that these things only function in Western world. They will think that these things cannot work in Nigeria. How many communities, how many villages in Nigeria have emergency system, ambulance system? I'm not even talking about town. It's not even in Lagos. Before you will see ambulance, maybe the person don't die. And you must know one person in government house, and that person will know someone before you will even have access to ambulance. In the same country, there is no fire service available in our major roads. So why is it that you will still see so many people, so many Nigerians, they are still queuing behind these failed political rascals? Why? What is really wrong with the brains of so many Nigerians that they cannot think for themselves?
Nigeria is in trouble.
They are in trouble. This it's not a sense. It's not all his sins are. It's not automatic sense. Because and the same man who said that the structure they are forming, it is the structure of criminality. But today now, you are now in that same criminality structure. I don't really know how Nigeria reasons. Like, seriously. We now have, we're supposed to be flogging these guys, or not until we start beating these guys blow to blow.
Yeah. Look at the political hallelujah boys.
These are the people, these are the witches and wizards in Nigeria. Not one, these are the real demons. These are the real demons militating against the development of Nigeria and the development of human capacity in Nigeria. They are the reason why more and more people keep swimming in poverty today. These are the people. I don't love them. Yes, we should know our enemy. These are our real enemies. They are the real enemies. They are the instigators of insecurity in Nigeria. So we should know people that we should be pointing hand to. These are the people, and these are the reckless rulers that the religious body in Nigeria refuse to speak against. So when we have problem in Nigeria, we should know that we the citizens, we are not the problem of ourselves. These are the people that are cause any problem that is happening in Nigeria today. They are the ones.
Is it just me? It seems as though we are losing Godwin. Wow, Godwin, network has hooked your communication with us. Wow, and of course, well, we'll not hesitate to pass the mic to Shinwa Hilara. Shinwa Hilara, what do you think? So far so good. What's your take? About the political hallelujah boys that we are seeing
With dancing
in the
steps.
past.
I would want Comrade to continue, but make I just share me this. With the dancing steps of Erufai. No be Erufai, hallelujah boy wey dey give us dancing step.
Yeah,
See how he's dancing like God boy. You guys do not have to. No wonder.
this
See,
is what is called politics in Nigeria.
but
This is politics.
no
This is how
wonder some clowns too can come and disgrace their generation and family for dancing with towel because these are their mentors. Can you imagine? For the sake of vote, he's dancing robot, he's doing jambis. No, 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 no.
My main concern now is that how these few greedy thieves are able to deceive this kind of crowd. Imagine the crowd. Just take a look of the crowd that they are, and there are people that slept with empty stomach in this crowd. In this particular crowd,
No,
there is no.
comrade. There is a way the state. There was one incident recently now that coppers came out to say that they were deceived to come to a rally because the information they passed to them was not to come for a political rally. And this is what people don't know, that the state has state resources. How can you leave the state resources in the hands of criminals like this? In a country that barely survive with a dollar. A dollar, what that means is that less than a dollar. What that means is that to get this crowd like this, to get 10,000 persons, you just have to give them 1,000 naira. This crowd might be less than 1,000 crowd. That means with just 1,000 naira, you will get people to come to rally. This is the implication of leaving the resources in the hands of crooks like this. What is 1 million naira to the money they steal?
Imagine.
To tell our people to come to places like this. So they, apart from a lie, they deceive, they also, use the state resources against the people. It was Anambra election that they were sharing gala and a mineral on camera. People were happy to take it. It is quite insensitive when some of us say, "Oh, why are they taking it? Why are they taking it?" But they are to keep people to the point of animal. You are laughing. You are laughing to the dance step. I want the dance step. This idiot dance well. They give us that step.
This is politics. This is the the paragon of politics. This is politics 101.
This structure, this
You
one
these
structure.
radicals, you know nothing about politics. You are just
No,
a
we
bunch
don't.
of radicals.
No, we don't. We
This is
don't.
how to play Nigerian politics. You have to be able to, carry the people along.
Yes, give them that system.
Yeah, dance to them and give them some cash. You have to. This is how to play the politics in Nigeria. It is not about intelligence. And I was in a space in the morning, and somebody was trying to strike a intelligent. I said, "Are you? You are not here for intelligent conversation. Intelligent conversation kill you there. You know. You see." And I was invited to come and speak in the particular space. I said, "Now the kind of space where you say, me, come here, I can't speak with this." When they are already cursing somebody for bringing about intelligent conversation. Intelligent conversation kill you there. Intelligent conversation kill you there. This is how, if it's like this, this is what they want. This is how to play
No,
Nigerian politics.
the thing is that the thing is that majority of Nigerians, they are not even interested of anything called intelligent conversation. If you have talked about BB Niger or Premiership or Champions League or Brest and Nash or Wizkid and Davido or Burna Boy and Ashake, you understand? Those are the kind of conversation they want to hear. You understand? But anything conversation that we have to discuss about the nature, the as in the epileptic nature of this our current society now. Some people will not want to talk about it. They are interested in conversation, in the most meaningless conversations that will not even add any value to their own existence. That is kind of the conversation they want to engage in. So you can see why this reckless tyrant in power can be able to just gather millions of crowd, because the total number of foolish people in Nigeria it has I don't even know, it has skyrocketed. We have so many foolish people in Nigeria that you think that they have sense. They don't have sense. People that cannot think for themselves. People that it's what my political father said that I will follow. What my religious godfather said. My pastor say. My bishop say. My senator say. That is what they will follow. But they will not think. They will not even follow what is in their head. Other people are the ones that think for them. As we are now, nobody think for us. We think for ourselves. My father cannot think for me. My mother cannot think for me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fire, baby.
Thank you very much.
Well, this is another style that just to entertain you, just to tell you the kind of politics that will play in Nigeria. This is our style. It might be strange to many people, but this is how these are the people that is called the major opposition figure in Nigeria. Please proceed, Godwin Saint.
How many will I? How many will I even have to say? Because seriously, I don't really know if we have to start begging Nigerians to understand what we are even trying to let them even understand, so that let them even know that they are suffering, and the reason they are suffering are these are the people, these are the agents of their suffering. These are the
Mind you,
agents.
I'd like
The
to
thing is,
come in there. This particular person that you're seeing here, this is Okowa. This is Okowa, former governor of
yes,
Delta State. He was the running mate of
exactly.
Atiku in the last election. And of course, he has cross carpet from being the former candidate, presidential candidate of Atiku to now APC from PDP. And it actually came in as a result of when he was accused of embezzling close to 3 trillion in Delta State. All
Yes,
right.
the sins will be forgiven
And
as soon as
as
you
a
become
result
an
of
APC member.
the
You
cross
see that.
carpeting, that case have basically died a natural death since that time. Please proceed.
Yes, it was Adam Soshomole, my brother from Edo State, that said it. That
See as they
as soon
laugh.
as you as soon as you become an APC member, all your sins will be forgiven, and that is what you have seen. Why are you still bringing it up again? That is what they have showed you. Understand? As soon as you have become an APC member, whether you don't steal the whole world, you are a free man. Because even the people that accepted you, they are thieves. You that came, you are a thief. So will a thief prosecute a thief? A thief cannot prosecute a thief. You understand? In a society where criminals make the law, forget about anything called justice. That is why you see today for you to get justice, you must know person. When you know person, you go know person. It is very hard. It is very difficult for a common man to get justice in Nigeria these days. Go to the prisons, go to police station. You will find out that 95% of the people in those places, they are innocent. The people who are supposed to be in cell, who are supposed to be in jail, are these ones that are laughing. All the past governors, the past senators, all of them supposed to be in jail. If Nigeria was standing on a strong judicial system, we don't even have a judiciary that is neutral. There is nothing called neutral judiciary. The judiciary that's supposed to be the eyes, that's supposed to be the face, that's supposed to be the man, the mouth of the common man, have now sided with the same oppressors that have been oppressing the common man. So how do we think that we can ever get justice in this kind of society where nepotism, hypocrisy is now the order of the day? To get justice in Nigeria, it is very difficult to get justice in Nigeria currently, because the people who are supposed to give the true justice are not there. Criminals everywhere, everywhere. The police is no longer neutral. The Nigeria army is no longer neutral. Which one do you want to mention? Is it the Air Force that is neutral? Nothing. Everything have been compromised. If you think I'm lying, check anything that is being handled by government. They will say this thing is government thing. It is a government owned something. Go and see how recklessness and lawlessness is moving there. Anything that is owned by government in Nigeria, it is not working. Everything has been collapsed. We have a total collapse system. Everything is collapsed totally, because these people that are dancing, they don't even care about you. They are there to steal. They know that the people cannot rebel against them. How many Nigerians now can boldly come out tomorrow say enough is enough, Tinubu, you must go? How many? That is the problem we are. If we really have a woke citizens that are woke, that knows their right from their left, majority of the citizens, these people will not be in power. They will not be in power. They will have to think twice before making any reckless statement, because they know that any reckless statement they make, they are going to meet up. They are going to meet up with a heavy resistance. But today, these guys, they keep. Is it not this one that fainted? I mean, you don't forget when they carry and go court. He faint now. The other NDDC guy that stole almost 5 billion, that one also fainted. Since that time, that matter has been that guy that you brought up yesterday. That matter has been totally shut down. The guy is now a free man today. They enjoy he loot. So my own solution to all this chaos is that in any chaotic society, the
What
citizens,
are you sure that Atiku and
the
PDP are
the
after?
the
Taking and converting Nigeria's
the citizens must find a common ground to organize. Because we have not been able to organize, that is why we have been disunited. Our only way out is organize with your fellow citizens. We have to organize with our people. When the day we are able to organize ourselves as a united body, because a people united can never be defeated. Imagine a Nigeria with a united, let's say 20 million citizens united against these tyrants across all the 36 states. Okay, let's just say 500,000 citizens from all the 36 states unite against these tyrants. They will run. But that process of organization is where we are right now. For us to stop all this complaint, we must organize. That is why I will keep telling Nigerians, forget all this ADC, all displaced criminals, all disappointed criminals. Forget all these APC, PDP, all these people.
I said it.
The question is to whom and at what cost? Without a doubt, it is clear.
So these guys that keep on coming with different, do you know what these guys are doing? These tyrants,
Would milk this
they
valuable
keep switching to different club. It's just like Lionel
Rich.
and leave it
Messi.
in ruins. Cronies who would milk this valuable national asset dry
Are my friends not entitled to be enriched?
and leave it in ruins as they have done to previously privatize.
Somebody like Lionel Messi, no matter the club he finds himself today, he will still play like the way he played in Barcelona. So that is what these politicians are. No matter the political party they find themselves, this the billions, the trillions that they have stolen from the previous political party they will still replicate it on this new club, because this their party is club. They keep switching club. Yes, from club to club, from party to party. They are still the same. They are still going to be stealing. So why should Nigerians still keep on wasting their time, still keep on wasting their energy in empowering oppressors to come and be oppressing them the more? Why? Nigerians, let's think. I know that so many people are watching me like right now. Election
Over
have come.
248. 248 across all platforms right now. They are joining us live.
Yeah. So what me I'm saying is organization is our way forward. We have to organize irrespective of our tribe, religion, ethnicity. We have to organize. When we organize, they can no longer suppress us. It is because of our disunity. That's why these people keep suppressing us. I will always quote Malcolm X's quote. We are not outnumbered. We are only at organized. Imagine the day majority of Nigerians know the power that they hold, and that power is collective unity. How do we achieve this collective unity is through organization. And how do we achieve it through organization? Is through social enlightenment, what we are doing right now. We must involve in social discussions, in educational discussions that will enlighten us the more. These are the kind of discussions Nigerians should be listening to, not one yeye that will add no value to your life. Nobody is saying that entertainment is bad, but it is time we call a spade a spade. Let's keep entertainment for now. After we don't fix our country, then entertainment cannot come. But now, Nigerians, let's drop entertainment. Let's fix our country. The Western nations, our brothers are planning to run to. People fixed it. People sacrifice for it. We must sacrifice for our nation. If Nigeria must be fixed, it is you, me, you, your brother, your uncle, your father. It will be fixed with all our collective effort. I cannot fix Nigeria alone. Shehu Ayilara cannot fix Nigeria alone. Civic State cannot fix Nigeria alone. Shehu Kuti cannot fix Nigeria alone. Omoyele Sowore cannot fix Nigeria alone. That is why like minds need to come together in organization. We have been complaining. Our complaint is overdue. It is now time for organization. When we are able to organize, we will form that unity, because a people united can never be defeated. Once we are united, nobody can defeat us. So that is why we must come together as one for us to dethrone these oppressors that have been tormenting our life since the inception of Nigeria. I cannot even say since we have since 1990, since the inception, even since military rule, they oppressed our father. Even in civilian rule now, they are still oppressing us, oppressing our children. So we must come together so that this oppression, suppression, intimidation, lawlessness against us, injustice against us will stop. What is going to stop injustice in Nigeria is through organization. Organization will bring that total collective unity that will dethrone the oppressors in Nigeria. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Godwin Saint, a Nigerian who has entered the studio today to basically show us his reality and prefer solution to the problem. You can also do the same by using the link on your screen. Basically, just type what you are seeing on the screen at the lower end of your left hand side below the video of El Rufai dancing. That link would take you straight to our studio and you'll be able to say a thing or two. We still have quite some minutes. Our laptop still have some batteries, and of course, let's see if we can do this till perhaps what's the time? It is 12:08 from my side of things here. And of course, the agenda spaces are still very much on, right? The spaces that we would regard as agenda spaces, they are still very much running very they are going very strongly. So we'll be on as long as they are on, unless our equipment just fail us. I think, and from what I'm looking at here, battery status 78% on my system. That is 2 hours, 21 minutes. But let's see how we can push this equipment to its limits, to the battery limits, then we'll call it a day. But until that time, we'll be taking a look at some of these realities, of the Nigerian politics. Some would say that, well, Nigerian politics is a very special one. You can see what it takes to actually be a politician is to basically dance, have money, have so much money, be willing to organize people together and be willing to sort them, give them stuff, call organizers, have organizers that will help you mobilize crowd, This is what they call structure. If you mention structure, this is what they understand. This is what is understand as structure of people that would basically wave their hands to you as you put up a show for them. This is politics 101, the Nigerian context. So let's pass the mic to you, Sheon Ailara. I believe by now you have a lot to say, a lot. So let's pass the mic to you. Then we'll now see if we will tune in into any of these spaces going on, then react to some of the sound bites that we get from there. Sheon Ailara, over to you.
Give me the soundtrack. Give me the soundtrack. Let me use that. Enter.
Also begin to let know of how Nigerian politics works. Let me start there. Let me see how they shape it out. We must have
Somebody grandpa.
It's interesting, and we have to do a lot of these things to unwind because it gets serious so many times that at some point we get enveloped by the sheer sadness of the situation. But well, we have to unwind and also make light of the situation to a large extent at times. Yeah.
Exactly. Because if they want to be stupid, we need to describe their stupidity for what it is. Because this guy, as at the last time I checked, is not a clown. He's not paid as a comedian. These people are vying for offices where we should be coming with frown faces and frown determined souls. But Nigerians themselves, seems as if we are not taking our life seriously. That's why we can be putting these clowns, and it can be getting our attention by this clown by coming to solve real problems. We are faced with insecurities. We are faced with. It was in this state of this idiot that there was an accidental discharge of a rocket, a nuclear bomb on about 100 Nigerians. It was in this state of this idiot. It was in this state of this idiot that he started the negotiation and paying banditry and terrorism. Terrorists. It is in this state of this idiot that is dancing, that Nigerians cannot think of having a stone and nailing him with a stone. No. But this idiot have nothing at stake. Soludo, another idiot learning from a fellow colleague, have told us that government pride in the strength to bring in destruction, not development. Government does not terrorize us, the citizens, with development. They will not say that if you fail to come to office, we would go and build another business where people can compete with you. No. Government says we will destroy it because that is terrorist. This government that we share today is a terrorist organization. The Nigerian government, the oppressive system, is a terrorist organization as such. These people do not take our collective, terror seriously. They make light of it. That is why an idiot called Dino Milaye, it was Dino Milaye that was falling like bag of rice. Bag of rice does not even fall. Nothing falls in this country like that. It was Dino Milaye, idiot. Of course, singing to another idiot. So our lives is not important. This is a terrified environment, almost a no-go environment, with a no-go environment. But they can come and dance. This concept that they can make our situation light because it doesn't affect them. In what way does this affect this idiot? None. In whatsoever way, shape, or form, it doesn't affect him. So they can afford to come and make light.